Mine worked.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, now. Okay, why don't we get started? Uh-oh, I'm echoing. Welcome all. I think this is our 5th meeting on this, and I think most people around the table know each other, but there's a couple of new faces, so why don't we just go around and say hello to each other. I'll start with Steve right here.
Hello, each other.
Peggy Parker, representing the Halibut Association of North America.
Close to the microphone.
Okay, Per Odegaard, of Fish and Vessel Owners Association. Jeff Kaufman from St. Paul Island with Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association.
Ian Stewart from next door to Steve's office. Alan Hicks, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and I work on the hake assessment.
I'm Carrie McGilliard. I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I work on several flatfish assessments.
Adam Kaiser, I'm the halibut fishery manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Tom Marking, a sports rep from California in the 2A region.
Bob Alverson, Commissioner and with the Fishing Vessel Owners Association.
Chris Spohr, Commercial Rep Canada.
Robin Forrest, Groundfish Science, Fisheries and Oceans, Canada.
Paul Ryle, Commissioner and with Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans.
Jim Lane, New Challenge Tribal Council.
Lo Lilo, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Scott Meyer, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Dan Hall, North Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Michelle Culver, Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Scott Mazzoni, Area 2A Tribal Representative.
John Woodruff with Icicle Seafoods.
Yeah. Steve Keith from the corner office over here.
Steve's our Assistant Director, and I'm Bruce Lehman. So welcome, you guys. I want to just go over briefly what we have in mind for today. Am I going forward on this? This way, all right. So the key elements that I see for this meeting is to affirm where we are on the stakeholder process and the MSC, overall MSC process. I'd like to talk to you about governance procedures today, as well as facilitation of the meetings. We had a discussion, the commissioners, Paul and Jim and I had a discussion yesterday about facilitation, and we think that facilitation would be a reasonable idea. I need to be closer. Is that what you're telling me, Tom? Okay. Just do this way. Whoop, what happened? I go black? There we are. We're going to spend a lot of time with Steve going over the coast-wide operating model. We want to identify which procedures and scenarios are likely to be the ones that are most likely to be successful with the coast-wide operating model, and which ones we need to wait for the development of a spatial model. And unfortunately, that last bin is probably the most full one of all the things that are in front of us right now, is the things we need to have a spatial model to look at effectively. We want to look at reviewing the research priorities that we have in front of us in terms of harvest policy, in particular in terms of available staff resources. This is turning out to be a significant issue for us because Steve is trying to carry much of the burden on this by himself in the technical development. We're going to have Katerina Vore coming down for another 3 months starting in June, which is going to be a big help to Steve, but this is something that turns out to be a fairly significant issue in terms of how much progress we can make in this and at what pace. We also want to talk to you guys a bit more about using the web-based interface to explore some of the alternatives and disseminating some of this information to the stakeholders. So just, this is our revised agenda here. We'll be looking to just review where we are in terms of recap on from our last meeting. We want to look at the governance thing, as I mentioned, in particular whether or not we want to have chairs or co-chairs in this process, and whether or not we want to talk about having a facilitator on this. We want to go through the fishery goals and objectives, the operating model updates, and then through our management procedures, trying to get through all of that today in terms of reviewing where we were and from meeting 4 and discussing the alternatives. And also, we talked last time about developing a scorecard that we can use when trying to go through some of the simulation processes. How do we evaluate the procedures that we're putting into the process, and how does it work against the objective? So one of the things we want to do is try to develop a scorecard that's going to be useful in terms of communicating the results. Tomorrow, we want to spend quite a bit of time on management procedures in terms of evaluating our current harvest policy. This ends up being one of the key items we're trying to evaluate, is how well does the current harvest policy work relative to the objectives that we've talked about. Looking at discard mortality rates, that's a sensitivity issue primarily. And after lunch, we want to go through some of the revised proposed scenarios in terms of natural mortality, stock recruitment. These are some of the things we evaluated or we identified in previous meetings. And then talk a bit more about outreach from this process. I think one of the things that's of concern to me is whether or not we're getting sufficient outreach of this process to the broader stakeholder community, and how can we facilitate that? And I think this is where a facilitator may come into this thing in helping us develop an outreach strategy that might be a little more effective than trying to work individually through here, but basing it on the links that you folks already have. So just to review where we were in our last meeting, we have these 5 overarching objectives. These should be familiar to us by now. And then we had 5 management procedures that we were dealing with. One was looking at total mortality, direct accounting by area for all sources of mortality. And you may recall from our annual meeting, the staff produced a document looking at using total mortality as one of the prime ways of dealing with the status of the stock. Ian did a major presentation of this to the council last June, and we also had a presentation to our joint meeting in the council in February using total mortality accounting. And this provides the opportunity to use things like the spawning potential ratio as one of the indices of stock health. That would be important here. In terms of the management procedures, we're also looking at size limits as well as our control rules. We're currently using a 30-20 control rule. We have reference removal mates by coastwide area, and this is one of the things that's fairly important when we come down to needing a spatial model. Is right now we don't have, we have a coastwide target harvest level, but we don't have individual target harvest levels for the regulatory areas, and that's something that takes quite a bit more understanding of movement patterns and so forth than we currently have. We also agreed to look at things like national shares, the catch them instead of the common apportionment process we're using right now. National shares are used in some other fisheries. I think in the hake fishery we have national shares, Alan, if I'm not mistaken, do we not? He's nodding. We do. Yeah. And then the other issues are bycatch mitigation and potential compensation among areas for bycatch in a particular thing. And we had a little bit of discussion about this last time about that word compensation, and we agreed to have some greater discussion about what that actually means. So here's some of the scenarios that we were identified in our previous meetings. We have several biological ones, stock recruitment, environmental effects, growth and migration. Those are fairly familiar to us. In terms of the management scenarios, we're looking at both the data that go into it and the assessment structure that we use in the assessment of the halibut stock, our harvest policy, what allocation program do we use? Do we use apportionment the way we currently have it? Do we have national allocations? And then one that's ending up to be fairly important in some other fisheries is what kind of implementation area do we have? When we come up with a policy, is it adequately implemented? And so, for example, the way halibut catch limits are set right now, we might come up with a whole series of risk table based assessments for the commissioner to consider, and they will then decide on what that number might be for that area. Well, that may not necessarily conform with the harvest policy that we may have developed for the stock, so you end up with what's called implementation error then, because you're not actually doing what your policy evaluated. So that's an important part of this process. And the last part of the scenarios we looked at were what we call the fishing effort dynamics. Looking at the directed fisheries, the bycatch fisheries, other fisheries, what selectivity changes may have an impact on what those dynamics are, and then lastly, what the survey is producing and how that fits into our overall understanding of things. Steve last time reviewed for you the new tool that he had developed for evaluating some of the management procedures, and we have some harvest variables that were implemented in the coastwide model. These are fishery selectivity, size limits, the discard mortality rate, what the average selectivity in our bycatch fisheries are, what the bycatch mortality from other fleets are, and the price per pound. So those were some of the control variables that you could use in the Shiny tool that we developed the last time around for this. We also had this rather extensive table of the candidate goals and objectives for the MSC process. And we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out if we could prioritize these. And when this was presented the last time, this was initially developed in May. We reviewed this again in October. And we talked about whether or not we could prioritize this. And we actually ended up not being able to do that. We involved in a fairly extensive discussion about the priorities that might be involved here. These more or less evolved from the overarching objectives. We weren't at the time because I don't think ready. We didn't have a full tool available to you to help you come up with the priorities for these individual objectives. And that's an important part of the process here is getting a tool so that you can actually evaluate those priorities for yourself. So that's where we are right now in terms of sort of background on this process. And I'd just like to open this up to the floor right now. In particular, for those of you who have been working with the tools that we've developed right now, if you have commentary on either the harvest scenarios, the management procedures, or the objectives and priorities that we had discussed in the previous meeting. So I'd just like to have a brief discussion about that before we move on to Steve's presentations on various aspects of this. So, hello, Rachel.
Hi, sorry I was late.
So the question is, have you been working with the shiny tool? Anybody?
I have.
Steve has. If you haven't been, why haven't you been? That's probably a better question, and that's not an accusatory question. It's just, is this tool something that you haven't used for what reason? Oh.
Well, because it's hard, I guess, Bruce. You know, I think like all of us, we have other obligations. So sometimes between meetings, things fall off the table. At least I'll speak for myself on that. I think what would help for me is I would like to go back and have a discussion around objectives at some time at this meeting, just to make sure that we're all on the same page about objectives, and recognizing what you said about we tried to prioritize, and maybe we don't need to prioritize, but I'd like to have a discussion around whether we want to do that or not around the objectives, because it seems to me that the objectives are the kind of the starting place for how we're going to make decisions around scenarios or procedures. And I know that I'm guilty of this, where I'll want to leap to the answer right away, but unless you really know what you're trying to accomplish, then it's pretty hard to find the answer. And so that for me, that's why I'd like to go back to what the objectives are that we're trying to do. And I thought we made a really good start on this. It was a year ago, actually. And like you say, Bruce, we did talk about it in October. I think as far as trying and using the tool, I think it would help me and maybe some others in Canada if we actually had some assistance from Steve or someone from in the interim, so that we're better prepared when we show up to the meeting rather than just kind of winging it, or at least that's kind of how I feel sometimes. So I think it would be useful to, you know, to have some additional work in between the meetings and some of that more structured than just us individually working on it. I guess my thought on too on the governance piece was we've been doing this work now for a while, and we think that it's going to lead to a conclusion. Whether that means there's changes or not, that's not what I mean, but it'll lead to some outcome, and it probably will be some changes of some kind. And I'd like to put some structure and time around that. That was my thought around the governance piece, meaning that we would lay out some milestones, because nothing really forces people like milestones to make a choice on things. And so I'm not really well, I'd like to have that discussion around governance and milestones, and start there rather than just kind of leap into a presentation around the technical aspects would be my request.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate Paul's comments and had kind of similar thoughts, not necessarily revisiting the objectives, although that's fine, but also wanted to get a sense of a common set of expectations for this group, by this group, and relative to timelines. So understand that we've signed up for a life sentence, but if we could, you know, maybe just project out what do we see this group accomplishing over the next 2 years, 5 years, and kind of where are we now relative to that timeline?
Thanks, Bruce. I guess I'll start with just one comment on Shiny, since I opened it up this morning to look at it and play around with it. I did find that it was available, or I could use it through my through Safari and not, or I didn't have to go use a different. There you go. Thank you. You know how technically savvy I am now. So I guess I've felt since probably the first part of this year, or actually since the commission's interim meeting when you explained stock assessment and status, that the spatial model and the regional differences are so significant that the coastwide model doesn't do for me what I think it needs to do, or what a spatial model could do. And I'm looking at it from my perspective on the North Pacific Council. So seeing those regional differences, just to use one example, in 3B area where there's probably significant discards by the directed fleet relative to other areas, and what are the implications of that, perhaps based on the kind of gear that's used, if it's a lot of auto baiter gear used and close hook spacings versus another regulatory area where there's spacing of hooks is a lot farther apart. It's maybe more snap gear or traditional gear that's set. So I think some of those regional differences start to appear to be more significant. I just one question of reading through on another topic, reading through our minutes or the summary from last meeting, I was struck by the comment up towards the front about Dr. Stewart's noting a 10% change up or down in sex ratio of the commercial catch translates into a 50 million pound range of spawning biomass estimates, which is huge. So I thought perhaps that was a research question, and I know that's something that's been discussed with the North Pacific Council and the Observer Program and how to get that data. But it seemed to me that would be a research question. I'm just putting that on the table.
Thanks, Dan. It is, in fact, one of our research projects underway right now. Probably that statement should be tempered with the idea of how well do we think we currently know the sex ratio. And we probably know this with a better degree of certainty than was sort of just put forward generally in that. But it turns out to be a surprisingly sensitive aspect of the assessment. Robin?
Thanks, Bruce. I've had a play with the Shiny tool, and it's very impressive. We did try to coordinate on the Canadian end a group get together and discussion of Shiny, but we just couldn't schedule it in the last month. What might be nice, it would be great to have Steve lead a discussion on how to interpret the results of it and how best to frame some questions using it. Or I can do that as well, perhaps with some input from Steve, and maybe we could organize some sort of structured workshop, if you like, or just to make sure that everybody understands how it works. And I'd echo Dan that I was very excited to see that there's a spatial version in the works, because I think a lot of our questions are really based around spatial differences. And also at some point during this meeting, it would be great to talk about the management procedures again. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but looking at that list, it's not clear to me whether those are the sort of the 5 areas around which we would look at different options, or whether they're supposed to be management procedures, but they're kind of not mutually exclusive. So yeah, so I'd just like some clarification on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Robin. Sorry, other thoughts? Scott.
Oh, maybe I looked at it wrong, but it seems with the Shiny tool, all the variables operate independently of each other, so that if you get rid of the size limit of the catch, then it shows that your bycatch immediately goes away. But it doesn't show the average size of fish that you would catch in the entire fishery should decrease too, I would assume, but it doesn't show that. So I'd like to see it if all the variables interact with all the other variables when you make one change. That would help me better understand what would be the effects overall if I move one thing or another thing.
Thanks.
Tomorrow, I will probably spend a little bit of time discussing on some of the outputs, much like Ian did in the past couple of years with our decision tables. It's really evolved on the feedback we've gotten from the commissioners, and the same application we built here with the Shiny app, and most of the notes I've been writing right now is trying to take the feedback from you guys. Personally, I never thought I would use this thing myself. I thought I knew this stuff, and like John Woodruff says, there's so many moving parts, and when you move one thing, it affects everything else in the system. So I find I actually use this tool. For someone who's got a PhD in this stuff, you'd think you'd know how to do this, but I always find myself quite surprised. So I think it's just a question of maybe trying to understand how to use the application a little better. And I have some proposed ideas that I'll push towards the board here and see if you guys are willing to adopt those, and we can invest some time and money putting those things together as well.
Thanks, Steve. I think that's this is kind of a common theme here about whether people can work with this appropriately. And one of the aspects of that was raised at the last meeting that I think is an important part of this is having the scorecard along this thing to help you understand how the results of Shiny is how are they addressing the objectives that we have in front of here. So that was perhaps a little bit of a missing piece on this, but the idea of dedicated some time during our meetings or one of our meetings to have a workshop on actually doing the technical aspects of this and running the simulations, that certainly is something that might be very worthwhile, and we're more than willing to do that, I think, in there. So, Jim.
Yeah, thanks. So similar to most of the other comments here is that, when I like 3 or 4 times you sort of look at this thing, one of the things I struggle with is, yes, it kind of gives you it's great for giving an indication of what may happen in a broad sense, but like everyone is saying, it's that what does it really mean in your area, and then just actually interpreting the results, having, like you said, having the scorecard, but how do you actually sort of then really evaluate one against the other based on just the app? So it becomes more of a struggle. And the workshop idea that you're just talking about, I think, would be a really good thing. You just interact with how you would propose to do these things. But because we're still a ways away from that spatial model, that spatial component that allows you to see what happens in the different regions, it's really hard to decide about what trade-offs are worthwhile because we just don't have that information. So that just makes that's a struggle with.
Thanks, Jim. That's obviously one of our struggles too. As I said at the introduction, our bin for things to investigate in the spatial model is certainly much bigger than our other one. At the same time, I don't want to diminish the understanding that we do get out of looking at a coast-wide model here, because we are in the first place looking at a coast-wide assessment as well. And so twinning some understanding of the coast-wide assessment and the coast-wide modeling objectives is something that's worthwhile. But I certainly don't disagree that the spatial aspect of this is one that dominates everybody's thinking here. Scott.
Yeah, I also did mess with the Shiny, and I discovered at some point in the last couple of weeks that you could actually enter in and get results for a particular regulatory area. And so I, would pick a scenario or a combination of management measures, and then I'd try it for different areas. And I noticed that in areas 2C and 2A, that the yield and the spawning biomass, SPR, those would all drop off precipitously at higher levels of fishing intensity compared to all the other areas. And I wondered what was driving that.
Yeah, we got to a bit of that at the tail end of the meeting, and I can review that stuff for you this afternoon. But essentially what's going on behind there is when you select the different areas, what you're actually choosing is the size and age data we have for that particular area. So when you first run the application, what you're looking at is the size and age data for the coastwide average. So that's what Ian would use in the stock assessment result. But then I in response to, sorry, and this was after our last MSAB meeting, but in response to the interim request for an examination of the impacts of size limits and changing the size limits, the commissioners asked for what might happen in specific areas. So to emulate that, what I did is I put in the size at age for each area, so you could go in and do exactly what you do. So what that essentially shows you is how growth and size at age is important, and how changes in growth actually change your management variables. So when we see, you know, declines in size at age, and we have a minimum size limit in this fishery, we have to compensate or adjust our harvest rates accordingly to ensure that we don't run into the situation you had.
So just to follow up, when you'd make a change to the regulatory area and then you'd look at your graph, whatever performance measures you wanted to monitor on the right, it would be nice if there it told you what area you were looking at. And then it would have also been nice to know that it was the differences in size at age that were driving that, because that's kind of a scenario, and you didn't really know what that scenario was other than they were different areas. And then I felt like there were other scenarios I wanted to look at, like whether recruitment was constant or environmentally, you know, some of the other scenarios that we talked about, but those weren't at least explicitly choosable.
Thank you. So based on the comments around the table, let's jump right into going back to two things. One is the governance issue, and the other is the review of the higher level objectives. So the two issues of, well, several issues of governance, I guess. One is organization of the group. One is facilitation. The other is setting up timelines for a particular process, of what people's expectations, if I can use that term, what people's expectations for this should be. So maybe in one sense, let's do one of the easy ones first. Let me talk a little bit about facilitation. So we have reached out to a couple of firms. I've got 3 more in the works right now, asking them for quotes essentially on facilitating the meeting. And what we're looking for here is to have those folks help us with the development of the agenda, to come up with a facilitation strategy for the meeting, to do essentially the record keeping, the summarizing of the significant results from the meeting, also to help us design an outreach strategy to try to base it upon the links that we currently have within the commission here, within the board here. And we have one bid in on that. And since this is webcasting, I probably won't go into the actual numbers that's involved in that, because we still are looking for some information from other people. But let's just say that within the budget that we had originally identified for the MSAB process, I think we have some room that would allow us to bring in a facilitator at what we looks to be the current level of necessary resources for doing that. The advantage of doing a facilitated meeting is twofold. One is that it frees up some of our staff to deal with some of the more technical issues on this. The second part of it is, and I think this should be appreciated by all, is that a good facilitator can actually help quite a bit in terms of eliciting output from people sitting around the room, because sometimes the discussion tends to get dominated one particular issue or one particular area, and I think it's an important part of this process for us to be able to elicit responses from a broad range of both areas and sectors involved in the process. So I think we are looking at having a facilitator available, and I had a discussion with Paul and Jim about this yesterday, and there was support at the commissioner level that we could go forward with a facilitated kind of approach to this. Well, I'd like to get it happening on a local basis if possible. We have one group on the East Coast who has already put in a bid on it. We have some feelers out to both firms in Seattle and firms in Vancouver to try to get essentially an RFP out to these folks and try to get a bid for them. I would like to try and get this buttoned up by the end of June. To get the proposals in from folks end of July at the latest, and then try to bring these folks online so that we can have them involved in developing the process for probably an October meeting of this group. So that's kind of the status right now, and I'm open for suggestions from anybody. Thank you very much, Michelle. I actually had an additional contact that we'll try to put something out to right now. But that's kind of the framework for how we anticipated looking at this, and I'm open for discussion on ways to modify that or other ways that things you'd like to see in the RFP on it.
Yeah, Bruce, would this person have any fisheries background? Is that a request, or would they be better if they didn't know anything about fisheries?
And that's a good question, Bob. And in fact, I've seen facilitators work with both sort of prior subject matter knowledge and not prior subject matter knowledge and have them equally work well. But we are identifying what the subject matter is in the RFP so that people will understand what it is we're looking at. We also are giving them links to the existing MSAB process so they can see what's gone on so far and get a feeling for what's gone in. So they'll at least have an understanding of what they might be getting into this. So I don't think it's necessarily a requirement. It was obviously better, and we're tending to target people who have at least some natural resources experience in it.
Just two suggestions. The first one, I'm wondering just for agenda setting, if it would be a good idea to maybe get 2 or 3 volunteers from the committee to be part of a agenda setting subcommittee, just to maybe make sure the agenda is set in terms that we can appreciate and understand, and some of the things we want. I looked at the agenda and I was like, what does that mean? So I just think that might be a useful, if we've got 2 or 3 victims who are willing to do it, that might be something to consider. And then the other one was just in terms of the role of the facilitator. And I guess I'm struggling a little bit. I think one thing we need is we do need somebody there who can kind of be a little bit of the bad cop in that, look, that's off topic. Why don't you talk with somebody that during the break? And Dr. Martel is sort of taking on, in some ways, the role of the facilitator, trying to engage in the discussion, bring out from people what their objectives, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to say, and how to translate into something that's meaningful. And I guess he would be the good cop. So I guess all I'm a little concerned about would be that if we had I think we have to be really clear on the duties of the chair or the facilitator, that we don't get some kind of overlap there in terms of where they're trying to bring something out of draw something out of people. I appreciate that a good facilitator can do that, but that it doesn't, all of a sudden now we've got a 3-way dynamic there with Dr. Bertel trying to understand what this person's trying to say and trying to interpret it and have the dialogue there. So I just wanted to raise that with the group because I had sort of envisioned, and when I had thought about this, is a chair to kind of keep the meeting going. Look, these are the agenda items. We're going to keep on it. These are the topics. That's not the topic we're discussing about. We're talking about that later in the meeting, or that's not even appropriate for this forum. Talk about it during the break. And then Dr. Martel taking that facilitation role on. And that's my understanding of an MSC process. The person who's dealing with the operating model really has to you kind of have to work out of us what we actually think we mean. We think it, but then to translate, oh, it actually meant that. So I put that out there for discussion because I'm still sort of wrestling with it in my mind. Part of it is I've been to a few meetings where we've had a facilitator and it hasn't worked, so I just think we have to think carefully through that.
Is this the same concern, Bob Alverson, you were sharing when you asked if the facilitator would have a fisheries background?
I'm not so worried about a fisheries background. Fisheries not a fisheries background. I just want to make sure that we don't have that we set up something that works, that where you can have the role that you're doing of leading the discussion and trying to move us along on this process, but at the same time, it doesn't, like I say, somebody can move the meeting along. So I don't know. I throw that out there for discussion. I'm not saying I'm right or I'm wrong. It's something I've been thinking about.
Dan, Paul, Peggy.
I think Chris makes a good point, and I know others in this room have had plenty of experience chairing committees and groups where you do have to, don't laugh, where you do have to direct the discussion. And so I think having a chair from this group was actually might be the best idea, because that person has to have enough intimate knowledge of what the individual's perspectives are and all the issues that we're discussing. I just think that, off the top of my head, I think it would be hard for a facilitator who doesn't understand halibut the way we all do to really be able to understand when something is really off topic, or whether it's okay to let the group discuss something for a brief period of time and then say, okay, that's it, let's move on.
Paul.
I like Chris's idea about the agenda setting. I think that would help as well, Bruce. As far as facilitators go, I've been in processes where we've had good ones and had ones that were quite horrible as well, actually. I think I was in one where the fellow didn't even last the day. So that didn't really work out too well. But, and I think I ended up chairing, but nonetheless, I've been in ones where they have really helped the process. And so it's, you know pretty quickly if they're going to work or not. And I guess from my experience, they don't necessarily need to have the background. I think it's an asset, but I was at one recently where the fellow, I didn't know him, and I thought he did an excellent job. I'm not so much proposing that he's the right person or anything, but it really is critical, I think, to have someone help move the process along like Chris was talking about, whether it comes from this group. I'm sure there's a number of us have the skills, but then you're kind of wrapped up facilitating rather than participating. So that's why I was thinking personally that it might be good to have someone outside. And if one is not any good, well, we don't need to have them around, and they can move on, and they wouldn't like to do it either. So I support the concept, and would like to see if we could try it out. And if they don't work out, that's fine too.
Thanks, Paul. I very much like the idea of having a smaller subgroup to help in the development of the agenda, and that's one of the things that we identified in the message we sent out to some of these firms. Was the process starts with sort of developing the agenda and then a facilitation strategy for the individual meeting. I agree with Paul that I think the subject matter knowledge isn't really critical to effective facilitation there, but moving the meeting on is pretty critical to us, making progress on some of these issues. And that's where a facilitator can really help you on things like this. We end up getting sort of wrapped around the axle sometimes on particular technical issues, and that doesn't really move the meeting along very much. So other thoughts on this? Peggy.
So I completely agree with what Chris said, and felt strongly as he was describing it that there was a piece missing, and that brought back to what Michelle said about expectations. There has to be this sweet spot when a good facilitator understands the group and knows where he's going or she's going with them, but not exactly, so that it isn't a channeling effort. It's more of a let it go where it's going to go. And I think for me, speaking only for myself, I don't know where we want to go. These references earlier about what our purpose is and where we want to be in 2 years or 5 years, and why we have or have not used the shiny tool have all brought up to me. So far, none of what we've done, I hate to say this, but not much of what we've done has been incredibly relevant to Hannah's members. So part of my job is not to bother them with things that are just going to confuse things. And I think Bruce said something about responsible use of the shiny. So I didn't want to, go on that thin ice. So I do agree, and I think that it would be great if we could get a facilitator from outside and a chair from inside. And the chair's job is super easy. We all know what a good chair looks like.
And maybe that's the sweet spot, as you say, Peggy, is having the chair with subject matter knowledge that can, prod the facilitator, saying like, we're stuck here kind of thing, help us get out of this. Maybe that's the route to have, is to have that sort of balance between facilitation and subject matter knowledge. Other thoughts? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Paul, you also brought up you used the word milestones, deadlines, and I remember from your notes, deliverables and meeting format was two other topics you had.
Yeah, before we leave that, can I just, we'll try to button up the issue of getting a small subcommittee to work on developing the agenda. So I'm looking for volunteers on that then. I think 3 people would probably be excellent. Peggy's one. Chris Sporer. Well, this is really good. Come on, somebody else needs to put their hand up here. Rachel, all right. So Peggy, Chris, and Rachel will be our agenda subcommittee. And if we do get a facilitator, which I think we will, this group and staff will work with the facilitator on the development of the agenda and probably on the development of a facilitation strategy for each individual meeting. So, okay, thank you very much. So getting back, Steve raised the issue on meeting structure. That if we're going to have a chair, or I think a chair, probably rotating chair would be the best way to do this rather than trying to have co-chairs, which probably wouldn't work all that well. That's just a thought, but what are other people's feelings on that? Not everyone at once now. Jim?
So when you're talking about a rotating chair, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's just, this is it coming internally so someone is actually, you know, up to date with what we're doing, or is it that's your, as opposed to having 2 people and one kind of sits there and,
right.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. Dan?
Yeah, I think it makes sense for 2 people to potentially share the duties and communicate. It's a burden for one person alone, but having 2 people to, I think, collaborate on that, it's good practice for everybody in their future policy work.
Chris?
Sorry, Bruce, I must have momentarily blacked out. So, yeah, I was kind of that shocked. But so we're talking about chairs now. We're talking about, sorry, I like I said, blacked out.
I think there might have been 2 different thoughts here. Initially, we were thinking about having a single chair that might rotate over time. Rotate's probably the wrong word here. That would change over time. And Dan, you're talking about having rotating chairs between perhaps two folks there. So what's the committee's desire, the board's desire on that?
Okay, so how does that relate to the facilitator we were just talking about? Sorry.
The facilitator would be there, the chair would be there to help the facilitator recognize when, you know, you were going off track on things, but the facilitator would be primarily running the meeting. The chair would be there to assist in the process, but also to help in the overall direction of things. And this is another aspect of what we need to talk about in governance is reporting out from this to back to the commission on things, because this needs to be, as we've talked about before, needs to be a user-driven process. So we really would, we meaning the staff, would really like this body to sort of take ownership of this process. And that means, you know, the whole direction and reporting on the process. Other thoughts?
The Pacific Hake process is a very elaborate joint technical committee, joint management committee, and a whole bunch of other things. Maybe perhaps Alan, in a few sentences or less, just describe the structure and whether it's been effective or ineffective.
With regard to the management strategy evaluation? That was a deep.
You are being broadcast,
that was a deep breath, and this is being broadcast. No, it's been a process that is in its infancy, and we've been learning a lot. We've been going through this for the last few years. We missed Paul at our last JMC meeting And Bruce Turris stepped in as the chair of that meeting, but he's also a manager on the JMC. So it does make it difficult for him to participate as well as be the chair. And it you know, being the chair, you tend to drive the process, and that's what we notice, at least at the last meeting. A lot of the issues might have been central to what Bruce had in mind, but we covered a lot. I think the JTC has, which is the Joint Technical Committee consisting of myself and others, including Canadians from DFO, we have been driving the process a lot, developing the agendas, developing the questions, trying to facilitate the meetings, as well as trying to elicit objectives and get the industry and the managers to give us their objectives. And it has been a frustrating process in that sometimes I think the blind are leading the blind. We're still learning about the process. And, you know, I'm learning about management strategy evaluation myself, you know, and some people don't understand fully what it is yet, so they don't understand why we're even looking to get objectives. They feel the assessment gives them everything they need, and they don't know why they even need a management strategy evaluation. So we're still in the infancy in a lot of ways. I think we could benefit from more education, but in terms of the process, it would be nice to free up my time and maybe have a chair and a facilitator that are knowledgeable, at least a chair that's knowledgeable about the subject matter and also not only the subject matter, but knowledgeable about management strategy evaluation and the goal of getting these objectives. And I think a facilitator would be the one to really have knowledge on that. And somebody, I know I've talked to people that have taken classes in how to elicit objectives from different groups. So I know that there's people out there, and I don't think they would need to be knowledgeable about fisheries, but they would need to be knowledgeable about the best ways to define objectives and get people to give these, to give their objectives and input. And so I can't really say much about the process we've been going through other than we're learning and we're probably a little behind what's going on here at the IPHC.
Thanks, Alan. I appreciate your candor on that too. Chris.
So just to be clear, so you have a chair of your MSE process? Like, I just want to make sure I understand it, because I'm struggling with the chair, facilitator, and then the lead analyst. But I appreciate your comments that you felt if your time was freed up more, you could be more effective.
Yeah, and so the way that the Hague process is working right now, we don't even, we have what's called a management strategy evaluation steering committee, but I think we've met twice in the last 3 years. So that, again, is starting up, and we want to have more meetings of that. So we've been, we have 2 joint management committee meetings per year, and those just are meetings about management issues of Hague. And at the most recent management committee meeting, we undertook, or we spent most of the time at that meeting discussing the management strategy evaluation. So we don't have like here where we have MSAB meetings. And the way that the joint management committee meetings work is when it's in Canada, one of the Canadian members of the JMC will be a chair, and when it's in the US, one of the US members will be in a chair. So it's just, it's not any formalized bringing in a chairperson to chair these meetings. It's, yeah, it's part of the process. I had another thought, but it escaped me.
What is the group's thought on a single chair that changes versus alternating chairs?
I like a single chair. I guess when I said it's an easy job, I meant to say it was easy to describe, because to me a chair just keeps order, and that can get complicated, but a good chair, you hardly even pay attention because you know you're in a meeting, and if someone goes off the rails, the chair will bring them back, or, you know, clarify things. There's been some really good chairs at the council that that show that. The facilitator is completely different. The facilitator is looking at eliciting engagement from the group, so focused engagement. So I like the idea of just coming to these meetings with the security that there's going to be one chair, and that chair might change after 2 years, but or if he or she doesn't do a good job, but you know, that there isn't the there just isn't the uncertainty of having 2 different people.
Other thoughts? Paul? Adam?
Alan gave a good summary of the Hague process. There's a lot less resources currently dedicated in Hague. It's basically either myself or Frank, who's the U.S. chair, that are chairing the process. And I think, to me, having a chair and a co-chair is a benefit because it shares a bit of the workload. So in the Hague process, Frank and I will quite often, not quite often, we will, every time get together and talk about what we want to accomplish out of a meeting. And I find it very beneficial to have someone else to have some dialogue with about what we're trying to accomplish. And sometimes, I mean, obviously we have a agreement between 2 countries, and sometimes 2 countries have different ideas of what they want to accomplish. And so having that dialogue makes sure that we're not wandering off into a place that's going to cause each other problems. And I've had the same experience in the Salmon Treaty where we've had chairs and co-chairs, and it doesn't, and so that means someone's going to chair that meeting. It doesn't mean they're sharing them at that meeting. That means someone is actually chairing. But there's another person that makes sure that things are going to conform and go along with the way that we think it's all going to fit into a bigger picture. So I think that's why, to me, it has a benefit to have someone, 2 people identified, and maybe one from Canada and one from the US. But it still means there will only be one person chairing at the meeting to accomplish and make sure we go through the agenda that's going to be agreed upon in advance. And I like the idea of having, you know, the agenda committee to make sure that that's all set up and everyone's agreed with it. And then it's up to the chair to work through it. My thought on the facilitation is that, you know, some of those folks, the ones that are really quite useful, are skilled at drawing people out about what they're trying to accomplish. And so that was the reason I was thinking it would be useful to have someone try that out. If we find that it doesn't work, well, that's fine, you know, it doesn't work. And I think we could still do it without a facilitator. Personally, I was thinking it would maybe speed up the process a little bit. So that's where that was my thought process on some of the experiences I've had over the years of trying to work these processes. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. Thanks, Bruce.
Paul actually covered most of the points I was going to raise, but I think the one point about co-chairs from Canada and the US is helpful, just to make sure that everybody's objectives, vision for the process is being met. I still am hearing a fair bit of uncertainty around the table about what the facilitator's role is versus the chair, but I think there is support for having both facilitators and chairs or co-chairs. I think right now I see the facilitator as being somebody who would they obviously be leading the meeting, doing the administrative portion, record keeping, eliciting feedback from participants at the table. But I think another asset of the facilitator would be developing this outreach strategy. I think that's something that this process would really benefit from. The chair, I think Bruce, your point about reporting out is very helpful. The chair would be the person who would be reporting out. I think the chair should also be on the agenda setting committee. And that, you know, the chair is making sure we're at the meeting to accomplish what we said we were going to accomplish. To that end, it would be helpful if we actually sat down or were clear about what we are trying to accomplish. And I think that's back to the earlier point about deliverables. I mean, I remember the very first meetings, there was a lot of talk about MSE being a process, not a product. It'd be helpful for us maybe to discuss what the process is again. Right, to have a process map. Where are we on the timeline that we saw in June 2013, and how has that timeline changed?
I'd like to nominate Adam for chair. And Chris too, but they're both from the same country, so that's a problem.
Dan.
So as I listened to some of the discussion around the table, I think the role of the chair and the role of the facilitator are quite different. And as Adam and Paul both described, and at a meeting, I can see a facilitator stepping in when conversations gets bogged down, where a chair might have some challenge stepping back and trying to see the big picture and help the group define clearly what it wants. So I'm comfortable with and agreeable to what Paul was suggesting, both in terms of the facilitator and a chair for the meeting, but the idea that there could be a chair from the U.S. side and or an individual from the U.S. and the Canadian side as a chair and vice chair, or however we want to define those two particular positions.
Do we make motions here, or do we just, okay. Well, I have to say, I have to confess, sometimes I come to these meetings when the first hour or so, I wonder always if I'm in the right place. But having heard this discussion, I mean, it's clear, chair, co-chair, facilitator. I mean, the fact is, you get this stuff in front of us, we'll figure it out. And nothing's perfect. And you put those three people in the front of the room and they'll work it out. And if you put two people in the front of the room, they'll work it out. So I suggest that the chair and co-chair be Peggy and Chris. And the facilitator, it sounds like that pathway is already being pursued. So I suggest those are the two chairs, and they're also on the agenda committee. And so that just seems natural. It just seems warranted.
Robin.
Yeah, I'm just listening to people saying, they quite often feel a bit lost in this process, and how, and I think I agree that a chair and or facilitator would be a great help to kind of coordinate all of the discussion that happens in this room. But listening to Alan and having sat in on this process and been marginally involved in some other processes like this as well, I think we should keep in mind, and our new chairs and facilitators should keep in mind, that we're kind of at the cutting edge here. I think this is one of the biggest MSEs, and the Hake probably as well, that have been attempted. There've been a few others, and so there's not really a roadmap that we're on and we just don't know where we are. I think we have to remember we're creating this roadmap, and so we have an opportunity here to really pave the way for other jurisdictions or other fisheries that might want to go down this route. So I think a chair or a facilitator could help keep that in mind, and we can create something from that.
Thank you, Robin. Those are really good thoughts. And to Alan, talking about your process being in the infancy, we're probably only a slightly bigger toddler in this process. So I think your point's really well made, Robin. And we are working our way through this. I think we're coalescing around the idea of certainly having a facilitator and then a chair and a co-chair. So we had some names advanced for this. What's the board's feeling on having Peggy and Chris as the chair and co-chairs?
Why don't we just step back from actually naming anyone and think about it a bit, just because obviously we want to make sure that the people doing it can do it. And then maybe just come back to that after we've had a break and a chance to some sober second thought.
As the Canadian Senate is famous for, right?
I second that.
Great. We can come back and revisit this. I would like to try to get this done today. We'll get this buttoned up later this afternoon, but we can do that perhaps after our break. Back to other issues on the governance side of this was revisiting our objectives. And we've talked about this a couple of times. Maybe I'll just pass this over to Steve at this point, because I know you've got a few things that You have your bins. Some are full and some are less full, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to. Yes, please. If our low band internet is fast enough to do so. Where'd my mouse go? All right. We're still in governance. Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of this stupid thing. There we go. I just stole these 2 bullet points off the revised agenda. Then, for those of you who don't know, Paul Ryle was on the former agenda committee. Now that he's left the room. And he wrote down that he wanted to talk about governance, these interests, but MSAB interests and purpose, MSAB governance, chairs, deliverables, deadlines, and meeting formats. I think we've been talking about all of those things. I want to remind everyone what the purpose and needs of this whole MSAB committee was when we set forth doing this almost 3 years ago now when we proposed it at the annual meeting. We are probably one of the only institutions next to the sablefish work that was done in Canada where we're truly trying to develop a stakeholder-driven approach in this process, whatever it is. I just returned from a meeting in Monterey Bay with all of the 5 major tuna RFMOs, regional fisheries management organizations, in which they invited us down to give a presentation on our process that we were developing here at the IPHC. And the feedback we got on this was absolutely amazing. I just got a bunch of requests this morning. ICAT in the Mediterranean, the bluefin tuna in the South Pacific, in the Pacific, North Pacific, the CCSBT and Indian Ocean Tuna Commissions are all now developing their own little shiny apps and doing management strategy evaluations. There's a bunch of new students who got jobs in the South Pacific. No one ever told me about a job in the South Pacific. Developing these kinds of tools for their stakeholders. And I've really been tied up not doing a whole lot of programming, but more running around telling everybody about our process, and it seems to be quite exciting. So I'm encouraging, and I echo Robin's comments, we really are on the cutting edge of some of this stuff. And then I'll re-echo some other statements. I'm only one guy, and I'm going pretty slow at doing this, and I'm looking forward to Katarina's arrival in a couple of weeks to help us get back on the program. When you look at what we're trying to develop here with 2 countries, 8 large regulatory areas, a directed fishery, a whole bunch of bycatch fisheries, sports fisheries, personal use, First Nations, and food, social, ceremonial fisheries. This is a very challenging subject to go through, and trying to sit down and address all of the questions that come up here for the last year while writing all this code. I want to go back to some of the comments made this morning where all of the questions are spatial in nature, and yet we don't have the tools ready to develop that. So keep in mind that this is a slow process, but the purpose of this process is really to derive a stakeholder-driven process where you as individuals would go back to your constituents and try and explain and get feedback on the process. I also want to, before I proceed, echo some of the suggestions regarding having mini workshops and training as we develop these tools. They're certainly not easy to understand as a newbie, and I'm happy to do that. I also want to go back to our first meeting and remind you of a wonderful paper that I asked you all to read called The Light on the Hill, written by Tony Smith. He basically outlines the 4 key ingredients that you need in this management strategy evaluation process. A clearly defined set of management objectives. These things are iterative. They'll be revised as we learn more and more about our system, as we learn more about, you may initially say, I want that, then you try and test it in your procedure and find out you can't have that, or you can have it, but at the cost of something else that you don't want to happen. So you're always refining and reiterating the objectives. The critical part that's important for me or any software engineer who's trying to develop the tools, and by the way, you can't go to Microsoft and say, hey, Bill Gates, give me some MSE software. Nobody does this stuff. There's about 8 people in the world who probably have the skills and the code to sit down and program this stuff from scratch, and then there's probably a few hundred people who could probably put bits and pieces together, but they could never resolve the spatial elements and all the other tricky features that are in this fishery. But the part that's very important is having a set of performance criteria that are related to these objectives. Everyone's, I want to have a healthy fishery. Well, what does a healthy fishery mean? Does that mean catching 1 halibut every year, or does that mean catching so many fisheries? So having those performance objectives are very, very important. A set of management strategies to consider. The one we have on the table is our own current harvest policy, and we want to sort of quickly evaluate that and see whether or not that policy is consistent with the objectives we've set out thus far. And then finally, a means of calculating the performance criteria for each strategy. That bottom bullet point is $1 million bullet point when you think about what it takes to develop just the computer simulation software and the data that goes into it to do this. And so having a means to calculate the performance metrics for the questions you're interested in is actually quite challenging, and bear with me as we try and figure out how to do this. No one's ever done this before. Governance, I'm not going to speak much about this. We've already talked about it. I want to bring back to what was affectionately referred to as the, and I stress affectionately, referred to as the MSE dumping ground. I think I had some other terms for it, but I won't repeat them here. This is a list of just a few of the questions, and I'm probably saying maybe 10% of the questions I've heard over the last year from some of the people in this room at the annual meetings and everything else. Things such as, won't we protect the spawning biomass if we throw back big old fecund females? And what would we learn if we expanded the survey into deeper waters? And should we have different size limits in different areas due to geographic differences? Does the apportionment currently meet the harvest objectives? And how sensitive is the harvest policy to misreporting the catch? So every time someone says a question like this, it's usually followed by, that would be a great thing to do with MSE. Now, the point I want to make is that these are the questions I've highlighted here in bold that we can probably ask and answer today with the tools we've developed so far. And we're now over 2 years into this process. The ones in red here are the questions that we can ask and answer if and only if we had some sort of a spatially resolved operating model that would allow us to actually see what the regional differences in growth and the regional differences in discard rates, et cetera, and how they would affect other areas. How would downstream impacts of migration and downstream impacts in migration and bycatch mitigation and all those sorts of questions and many others. So I want to highlight that there's really only about one question we can ask and answer with this. The rest of them we can certainly ask and answer with a spatial model. The ones I've highlighted here are the ones we can ask and answer without a model. So basically, if you don't have a model, you do what Carl and I did. In our book, in the opening chapter of it, we really talk about fisheries management, and what it is it's making choices among alternative management actions. And to do that, decision makers inherently have to make some sort of prediction. If I set the quota being this big this year, what are the potential consequences going to be of that choice? And those consequences are not only the directed fishery, but the indirect consequences through bycatch and other fisheries that are restricted by halibut. Making these predictions involves some sort of method for predicting the future. Okay. And there's two basic choices for predicting the future. There's my favorite one, which is the easy one. You predict using the wonderful and intuitive and largely some subconscious capabilities of the human mind. That would be nice if I got paid to just sit here and think. Or you resort to some sort of explicit model or deductive engine for piecing together known elements in prediction in some conscious way. So when you think about the questions you're trying to ask, you have to think about what is the appropriate model to ask and answer those questions. We hear this debate even in stock assessment, most recently the yellow eye stock assessment in British Columbia. There's all sorts of questions of whether or not the choice of model tool that is being used is sufficient. So my point here today is to say that the coastwide model that we're developing is really insufficient to address many of the management questions that have been asked in this room. And it's not that I haven't wasted my time here for 2 years doing this. I think we've learned a lot along the way during this process, and I think this board has certainly learned a lot. So the question really is, should we continue with the development of this single coastwide model if all of our questions can't be asked and answered with that model? I think having these meetings is essentially pointless without something that's more elaborate that can help us address the specific detailed questions that we're interested in. I'm not going to go through the fisheries goals and objectives until Paul comes back. Maybe we can take a break too.
Yeah. Let's just take a break here for a couple of minutes and come back to the idea of we had a bit of discussion on the governance side of things about trying to set expectations for it, and I think Adam brought in the issue of wanting to go back and look at our objectives in here, and I know Paul isn't here, but I think it is worthwhile for us to go back and thank you, Steve, for this, because it puts a context around our objectives, and if we've got a bunch of objectives here that we actually don't have the tools to examine right now, we should perhaps go back and restart and take a harder look at what we can achieve right now. And I think we have been going through this, and Steve probably has a better idea than others, but maybe I'll open this up for you, Adam, in particular. Well, I think we wanted to go back and it's good that Steve just went through this process right now, because I think we do want to go back and we looked at the whole idea of governance in this thing and whether or not we should go back and revisit what our objectives are in this thing. We have this table that we produced in a year ago now. We revisited in our October meeting, and we were attempting to prioritize within that table and weren't having very much success on this because I don't think we had sufficient tools or sufficient experience with our tools to actually go back and do that evaluation. But I know you've thought about this a bit more, Adam.
Yeah, so I guess when we say objectives, there's two components. One is like, what's the overarching objectives for this group? What's the intent of this group? And I think that's what Steve covered well just now. I think it's helpful for everyone to take a chance just to recall why we're here and what we're trying to accomplish. So that's one type of objectives. The other is talking more specifically around the fishery goals and objectives. I wasn't at the October meeting, so I'm not that familiar, because I read through the minutes and didn't have too many details about it, but I'm not that familiar with the challenges that the group experienced in prioritizing. My experience with prioritizing objectives, it's not that complicated at first. Conservation is the first objective, right? We want to meet a conservation objective first, and then there's some objective around catch productivity or size limits, something like that. And it's not until you get into some of the evaluation that you really start to see the trade-offs. Well, maybe our second objective is actually our fourth priority objective, and you don't know that until we actually get to the evaluation part. And I think, I'm assuming that's what the discussion was in October, that until we can actually see a model that has some of the area explicit questions in it, or area components in it, now we can start to do some of the evaluation that we could do that ranking.
Part of the discussion last October too was being able to use the hierarchy. One of the recommendations we got from Rob Cronlin and Sean Cox was making sure that there's a rank order to the objectives so that you can use them to screen out a lot of policies. So you might get, Rob Cronlin uses the term combinatorics. You might get, you know, so many different things you want to try that you end up having, say, 8 different scenarios representing alternative hypotheses about the biology and 40 different management procedures that represent alternative size limits or combinations of X, Y, and Z. And one of the things they stressed was it's impossible to show more than, say, 3 or 4 scenarios to a group like this to make a decision. And when you've got 40 scenarios, as Rob would say, the combinatorics kill you. And when you have a hierarchy like that, the first thing you can do is just screen out all the policies that don't satisfy your primary objective. They just fall off the screen, and then whatever's left is what you can work with. And that was, I think, part of the rank.
That's certainly the benefit of ranking, in my experience, is that it simplifies the process for everybody. It simplifies the process for stakeholders because we don't have to think about all the different combinations. It also simplifies the processes for the analyst because you're not coding, you know, 24 scenarios when we only really need to do 2 or 3. I mean, I think at a high level, the group has already stated what the priority is for the overarching objectives. The challenge is getting into some of these more specific objectives that I think we put into the table last May, and then I understand they were reviewed again in October. I guess, yeah, the next step is just having a chance to actually sit down and start to look at some of these examples. The objectives are never going to be set. They're always going to be revised as we learn more about the MSAB process. But again, going back to what I started with, I think that there's 2 different components to objectives that I think Paul was getting to when we talked about this. The first is having everybody realize why we're actually here. And thinking about the conversation just now, I think it maybe came a bit out of context that a lot of good work has been done by the group. This is a very complicated process, and it wasn't meant to be a pile on Steve for why haven't you given us anything. It was a chance that we've been together for 2 years. This given everyone an opportunity to wrap their minds around what an MSC process is or what it could be. And now that a lot of work has been done in the background in developing some of the model, it's a good time for us around the table, like outside of staff, it's a good time for us around the table to remind ourselves, why are we actually here? What are we trying to accomplish from this process? And how are we going to move forward? And so a lot of work's been going on in the background, and we can't do a whole lot until we actually see some of this. So that's where we are now.
Thank you, Adam. And I think that's correct that, you know, I think everybody's happy with, we spent quite a bit of time on those 5 overarching objectives, and I think we all are fairly happy with that. Where we got to last October was trying to do things like, is harvest efficiency a higher priority than a particular threshold level, or deciding on what the threshold level is, and that's where we got largely wrapped around the axles there. And part of that was because we don't have some of the tools yet available to do this. So perhaps we should reflect on the fact that at least having coherence around those 5 or overarching objectives is an important place to be here. But right now, Scott, and then Adam.
Yeah, just a quick, if I remember, there was also, for the sustainability objectives, there was a lot of discussion about whether certain objectives were redundant. And I don't think we ever worked out a way to figure out if they were. I mean, there was disagreement, or you could point out, well, yeah, it's sort of redundant, but it's also got this other element to it. And I was just trying to recall some of the struggles there.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Steve.
You brought up a good point, Scott, and you triggered a memory right after our following meeting when I brought this up. 2 things that occurred. One, a rank does fall out. The objectives are, you know, what is it we want, when do we want it, how bad do we want it. Part of the ranking falls out with the probabilities you assign to the objective. We have 0.99 and 0.95 and 0.975. So that in itself gives you some sort of rank about achieving those things. But whether or not you want to have biological sustainability where you maintain the minimum number of pure female biomass versus having that first rather than having male spawning stock biomass at 30%. Well, if you wanted to have that first, you have to have a higher probability than the other levels. So to some extent, just assigning those probabilities gives you that hierarchy. But that's just within one category of the biology, for example. And there's also fisheries objectives and variations and other aspects of it. We all agreed last time that the biological, without a stock, there's no fishery, so biological objectives are going to be our highest priority. And that's pretty much been the standard practice around the world for people who use management strategy evaluations as a tool for aiding their decision-making process.
We had, and I'll get back to you in a second, Adam, but I think where we were last time on this was trying to get around the issue of things like, is catch variability, minimizing catch variability, is that the most important thing, or are we looking at maximizing yield? Those are really fundamental questions, within a biological conservation envelope, and we weren't there yet in terms of being able to go through some of those evaluations. So I think we should be a little patient in this process, that we're not there yet, but that doesn't mean that it's not damning to what we're trying to do. It's just we're struggling through this process of trying to get there. But Adam.
Related to the point about our objectives and not being able to rank them is also, we need to be clear about what our management procedures are too. We've talked a little bit about different management procedures, but it's, for example, if we set, I think there was a goal that was related to bycatch, but it may not be entirely within the control of this group to set a management procedure that deals specifically with bycatch. So we're going to see we're going to see some things fall off the table, and the rank order will change from that as well. So again, going back to what Rob Carlin said about being an iterative process, is you set a set of draft objectives, you put out a suite of management procedures, you evaluate those draft management procedures, and you revise your objectives. Then you revise your management procedures, and you go back and forth. We've kind of got to the stage where we have, I think, objectives that are reasonably well set. There's some management procedures, but I think we could benefit from reviewing those again and being clear about where we want to go with other management procedures. And then we get to the fun part of actually doing the evaluation.
Peggy, and then Dan.
So I hope you will indulge me to kind of walk me through this. What Adam said about, obviously, conservation is the first concern, highest priority. And if that's the case, and we were to look at the elephant in the room that probably most of us are thinking about, which is bycatch, in the meeting next week, in researching the questions that have been in all the research I've been doing for the last, seems like, 18 years on this issue, one of the big things that's come up is we don't have a lot of information about juvenile halibut. So would it be a role for the MSAB to put under that conservation priority specific areas of study or research that should be done? And then I think the way my brain works is, what would be the outcome of that? Would that at some point be offered as guidance to commissioners, or what are the impacts of the deliverable that we come up with?
I think that's a perfectly logical outcome of going through the MSA process, is we'll come up with some understanding about some issues and a lot foggier understanding of some other issues, which will point to research needs. So both through this group and other groups, I think we will identify some of those research needs, Peggy.
Adam.
So Peggy, to the point about not knowing much about juvenile halibut, where the MSC, I think, please correct me, Steve, if I'm wrong, but I think where the MSC process will inform us is it's going to tell us first if we should even care about it. Right? We don't ask the question, should we know more about juvenile halibut? We're going to say we want to meet this objective related to conservation and this objective related to fishery objectives. And these are the different ways that we can harvest the fish to try and meet those objectives. And it may be that none of our management procedures meet our objectives, perhaps because the scenarios have so much uncertainty in them around juvenile halibut. At that point, then we would say, okay, well, this is a research priority so that we can improve our operating model and our assessment model. But I don't think we should necessarily be coming into the process saying we want to know more about X, Y, and Z, because maybe it's not relevant. We have an easier job of just saying, what do we want?
Dan, thanks.
I have a question since I went back to the 2013 Blue Book to look at what the commission decided about the MSAB. I just want to confirm that nothing's changed in your view, and it says the central role of the MSAB is to define fishery objectives, articulate management procedures, and define performance measures in which to evaluate MPs. And that still all applies. There's nothing, no different thoughts about or on that.
I think that is, but when we defined those, we hadn't had the process of going through this thing.
Right.
So certainly now we're learning more as we go through this. But I think the overall objectives are still the same, Dan. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Then an observation, not completely formed, and I hope I can articulate it adequately. So, Steve, when you started off talking about the MSC process, you included the bycatch fisheries as being important. And looking at the paper on the Hake MSC, it does state that input from all interested parties is very important. So I have to pose the question again, how do the bycatch fisheries fit into our MSC process if we don't have some of the stakeholders at the table and we're not recognizing the objectives of those fisheries? And I'm making the observation not to, I don't want to throw a wrench into the works here, because I know we covered it to some extent initially. However, this gets back to the question about the abundance of juvenile halibut, and that's an important factor to consider in terms of management of those bycatch fisheries. So I don't expect that that we'll spend a lot of time on this observation or come to some conclusion, but I did want to point out to everybody that without some inclusion of the bycatch fisheries and objectives of those fisheries, I wonder how complete an MSC process we can have. So.
Hang on a second. I've got Alan first, and then Tom, Chris, and
Christmas present.
I was just wondering if it's okay to address Peggy and Adam's comments about research real quick and some of my own experiences.
Yeah.
So in the Hake process, we learned, well, we had an idea from the assessment that we didn't observe age 1 hake or young hake soon enough before the fishery started fishing on them, and that was an issue. The management strategy evaluation highlighted that issue in the variability we saw in the simulations and things coming out of that. So one thing that the management strategy evaluation has helped us with is to investigate that research question of should we actually be looking more at age 1 hake, and that's some simulations that I'm currently doing now, and we're learning a lot from it, and it will hopefully guide then the research process down the road.
Thanks, Alan. Tom.
Well, I can't apologize to the group. I guess back in the very beginning, the first meeting, I'm the dummy that insisted that the bycatch be goal number 9. I really pushed that issue. But I'm seeing now that was a huge distraction and a big mistake. And the reason is everything I've read since then, the halibut bycatch report they gave the committee, their opening line is always, the commission doesn't have any control over bycatch or other groundfish fishery mortalities. That being said, I mean, I'm still kind of wrapping my head around the axle as how this group can function when 30% of your fishery is killed by some incidental fishery that you have no control over and can't hope to do anything about other than plead to other commissions to do something about it. I remember you made that statement to me in the very beginning, and I was puzzled. How can it be the IPHC doesn't have any control over mortality? You know, well, I now understand what you mean. So I think in a way we've chased this for 2 years, and I think we're still chasing it. And I think that this group and the IPHC doesn't have any control over what happens in the groundfish fishery, and we just have to live with that result and try to deal with it. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Some of that's regulatory, some of it's legislative. So, but I mean, it sounds like we're kind of, it's not like this wheel just goes round and round. I mean, I go back and look at my notes, and we took those original objectives, you know, and Paul did a great job of, I think last May of the 1 and 2 was, you know, similar from different views. 3 and 4 were limits and references. 5 reflected the first 4. 6, 7, and 8 were socioeconomic concerns, and 9 was bycatch, which really is an efficiency, and that's out of our control. And yet that's the issue that we all, you know, had a lot of angst about, me in particular, but and the public at large does. But I think really it's out of the purview of this group, and I just think it's become a major distraction that we just get hung up on. We can't get by. So anyway.
Thanks. Just maybe to comment on that a little bit, I don't think this group should, as somebody once said to me, you shouldn't borrow trouble. The issues of, you know, bycatch management and its impacts on halibut management and stuff, that's something that the commissions and the councils are trying to deal with here. I don't think we should bring that policy conundrum into this body. I think what we should be working with is examining it from a data perspective, from an uncertainty perspective, and going forward. And we can look at some of the impacts here without necessarily making the policy decisions around these things, but they may help to inform some of the policy decisions that would be made at a level above where we are right now on this. Anyway, Chris, I think you were next.
Well, I was just kind of going to make the point that you just made, Dr. Lehman, is that we are addressing bycatch, but you address it under the scenarios. You can look at sort of, you know, what if the mortalities are uncertain? Is that uncertainty because of the discard mortality rate is incorrect? We're uncertain about the numbers. So they're not really, you know, you're saying we don't have the stakeholder at the table. Well, it's because it is out of our control. But what we can do with this process, and that's where I think the value is, and I don't think we should get hung up and say, geez, you know, we're just going to run circles. We can't do anything about it. In fact, we can. We're going to have a model, results, scenarios, and then simulations that say, look, of the things we can control, if we're wrong or these things change over here, this is going to be the impact, and that's where the value is. And I think we have to not lose sight of that. I know it's discouraging, you know, we've been talking about bycatch since I've been involved in this, and I've been involved a lot shorter period than a lot of people around this room. But I think we shouldn't get discouraged. I think, in fact, there's an opportunity here to actually kind of look at it, but from a different way. But it is something that is out as Dr. Lehman said, it's a policy issue above us here. But so it's not sort of, you know, do we include them as stakeholders? We don't because we're looking at things we can control. But the scenario is how we look at bycatch.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks. So, not specific to the bycatch issue, but just kind of going back to the purpose and needs slide that Dr. Martel had displayed and noted that there had been a focus on stakeholder involvement in the development of harvest policies. And so one of the things that I have thought about relative to this group is what's the scope of our management strategy evaluation process, and is it just focused on harvest policies, or is it broader than that? And so when I think of the the different pieces that go into halibut management, to me, it's broader than harvest policies. So it's looking at the formulas to set the TCEY and the fishery CEY and the TAC, the research and surveys, the assumptions that are made, the data and the information that are collected. And then just within the harvest policy piece itself, there's the F45% versus area-specific harvest rates. There's the 30-20, and so I'm just trying to get a handle on what's the scope of potential issues and tools, if you will, that this group should discuss and explore. And given perhaps our data information limitations, which ones could we affect? So similar to what you displayed up there in terms of the ones that were in red or the ones that disappeared, do we have the full scope defined on that slide or are there some pieces there that do enter into management that we've missed, or some tools that we could potentially discuss either that are under this entity or another management entity, but just making sure we have a common understanding of the full scope. And do we, well, and I'm sure that I don't have a good understanding of the data and information limitations and how they match up with the different policies and objectives, and what exactly is missing, and how big is that item, and is it something that we could get with additional research, data collection, or is it something that's much larger and going to cost a lot of money? And so just having those discussions about those different items in terms of what pieces are missing, and if this group thinks it's a priority, what would it take to get there?
So that was fairly complex, Michelle. Yeah. So the first part of it is, yes, this is much bigger than harvest policy. If we look at the sort of management procedures that we identified, we're looking at total mortality. We're looking at things like size limits. We're looking at harvest strategies, control rules. What are the reference removal rates, whether we should be using national shares, rather biomass apportioned, what's the effect of bycatch mitigation. So all of these things are policy laden issues, but we do want to investigate those within the MSE process. And as I was saying earlier, we're not trying to make those policy decisions. We're trying to inform the people who are going to make those policy decisions on this thing. So I think some of the questions you raised, yes, we don't have the tools to investigate them yet, but that doesn't mean that they're off limits in terms of what we want to do in these things. So I'm going to take one more question, then we're going to have a break. Okay, so Jim.
So, listening to all the discussion, I get the impression that we're getting kind of lost in the weeds here a little bit, or maybe a lot in some cases. There's a lot of different things going around. I think it might be useful that, we've had a review of, what the purpose of, and that's good. And part of this is because, we only meet once every 6 or 7 months, and it's people have doing different things. And so it's kind of get your brain going back. And maybe that objective of, or that suggestion of having kind of like a tune-up conference call before we actually come here might be useful for time. I don't know. But maybe it might be useful after the break. We're going to determine, the composition of the chairs. That's one thing, so we can sort of cross that off and get something done. And maybe it might be useful just to go over, the table of candidate goals and objectives that we had from last May and October. Just quickly go through those. Those are the objectives and the goals we're trying to do. And then which ones are we going to be able to achieve or be able to tackle using the existing operating tool, the operating model we have, or what's the extent what we can expect out of that result from the operating models. And that may help kind of maybe put things in context or frame things for, at least it'll help for me.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate the fact that we just get together as a group and talk about this every 6 months or so, whereas on the staff, we're sort of thinking about this all the time type thing. And I guess maybe we lose sight of that a little bit. And so while the goals and objectives that we've sort of talked about in our meetings are pretty current in our minds, they may not necessarily be current in yours. And so the idea of going back and just sort of reconfirming this is one of the things we had as an objective of this, just go back and affirm, so we've talked about why we're here. I think we're all fairly happy about why we're here and the overarching objectives, but it would be worthwhile perhaps to go back and look at some of those candidate objectives, and at the same time we can sort of be ticking off things about, okay, this is something we can do right now, this is something we can't do right now. That seems,
it's, maybe we can't do it spatially what people want, but what can be achieved, right? It's still informative to say that, we're looking at, you could change the size limit, or you look at high uncertainty in some of your estimates of removals, depending where, it doesn't matter where they are, what that actually does to what that kind of then leads the commission to do as a management process to try to adjust for that, right? At least that's still informative and useful.
Okay. So let's take 15 minutes and come back, and let's bang off a couple of things when we come back, okay? Thanks.
Thanks for Aaron Street's review. Yeah, I didn't realize that was you. Yeah, yeah, thanks. That was a tough assessment.
Muted. Unmuted.
Okay, can we get going again, please? Okay, I'd like to come back to the issue of, because I think it's doable, come back to the issue of a chair and co-chair for this, for our group here, which I firmly think is a good idea as well. So we had some names put forward, and the names were, excuse me, Peggy and Chris. And I'd like to have a indication from the group whether that's an acceptable candidates. We have two people wanting to speak right now.
Peggy and Chris.
Peggy and Chris, exactly.
How about that?
Yeah. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Well, I've discussed it with and I've thought about it, and I've lost sleep over it, let's be honest. And I was thinking Adam for a Canadian chair would be a better choice, just in that he's very familiar with MSC work. He's also, as you guys know, how much fun allocation issues can be. Adam recently led an allocation discussion between 9 commercial fishing fleets. Doesn't have any scars. We all reached an agreement, and we came out of it all in one piece. So he actually has a very good skill set for chairing a meeting. So I'd like to nominate Adam for the job for the Canadian side.
I think everything you've said about Adam is true. The only comment I'd like to insert on that is that the agency people here are, in a sense, a different sort of category of stakeholders here, and I like the idea of yourself and Peggy because you're sort of true stakeholders in the process. But just an opinion.
I'm flattered to be nominated. Thank you, John. But my first response was, oh, that means I can't talk. So I have thought about it too, lost sleep over it, like Chris says, and I would like to nominate Michelle as a person who also is an employee of an agency, but does not have a sector cape on. I definitely do. Chris does too, I suppose. And so it may work a little better to have a chair who is more on the neutral side of things. I do think she's got the skill sets for a good chair. So that's my nomination.
Thoughts from the group? Paul?
I liked the first options and liked the second options of Michelle and Adam as well. So I endorse those personally. I think to me it would also be very helpful, or actually more than helpful, would be critical that we do have a facilitator to help the chairs. And, you know, I think we've talked a bit about roles of what chairs and a facilitator might do. And I guess here's one idea. I think a facilitator would actually probably be, you know, driving the meetings, but I see the chairs working with the agenda setting committee, who really is critical about, you know, what's going to happen at the meeting. And I see the facilitator working to draw that out of the participants at the actual meeting. And the chairs will be assisting the facilitator to make sure the agenda gets delivered and worked upon.
Thoughts, Dan?
Just one comment before I forget to mention it on the side, that I think having an agenda committee to help I guess describe the process or what should go into the agenda is a good idea, but really what would help me is just a memo that goes along with the agenda that describes where we've been and what are the next steps, and you know, the line items of what we expect to get out of the meeting are helpful, but they really don't say it enough. So a little more narrative in the form of a memo is really what would help me about the agenda.
Okay, so we have, any other thoughts on this? We have a nomination for 2 names since the first nominees demurred on this. So Michelle and Adam, any objections to that? Okay. Bob.
So just before we broke, Dan, you made a comment about balance on the, or at least that's the way I interpreted the balance on the MSAB, lack of maybe a factory trawler on the MSAB. Is there a request? Is there for that type of participation?
My comment was more general about the MSE process. And if, I guess it's up to the commission whether you want to put other representatives on this. There aren't any, well, the MSAB is made up primarily of directed harvesters, but they're not, those aren't all the stakeholders in the process.
So I believe what I heard you say is that the bycatch people aren't represented.
And I made that comment before, and I guess it's up to the commission to decide whether to put that on, to put them on. But, and I suppose we can ask the trawlers if they'd like to participate too, but I didn't mean to, as I said, to derail the direction that the group is going today or to drag the conversation out. It was just my observation.
Well, I'm real sensitive to this because there's a sense of delegitimizing recommendations if not everybody's at the table. So I don't know if they'd be bored to death listening about size limits and that type of stuff. I don't know. What I see is the commission has an overarching authority under the 79 protocol to maximize optimum yield for the directed fishers. And it's in conflict with what Magnuson Act provides for the groundfish fisheries, so the Magnuson Act. And so there's obviously a balancing thing that's going to take place next week that Peggy was alluding to. But and when the council sets those hard chines, such as a cap in the Bering Sea, then it's up to our staff to work with that known element to try to maximize the amount of optimum yield for the rest of us. So I'm not sure with groups that are already having access and participating in forum outside this group does not have any authority to address, what the North Pacific Council does. I'm kind of at a loss if we're in balance, then we should think about it as commissioners. If we're not, I'd say 90%, 95% of what we're doing affects the sports and directed fisheries here. Maybe I'd like to hear some feedback if that's not the case. But
if I could just, before I come back to you, Dan, the commissioners did approve the composition of the MSAB, and they had an opportunity at that time to voice an alternative opinion if they wanted to have a different set of candidates involved in this thing. So we've been taking our marching orders from what the commissioner said at the time, and they approved the MSAB board, and there we are. If there's a desire for this board to come back to the commission and say, we have some alternative views on composition, then I think this board can certainly do that. Right now, we're working under the approval status of what the commissioners approved. Dan.
I just wanted to point out that I certainly recognize that this group and the commission are operating under the legal structure that's designed for the Halibut Commission, and it's specifically focused on the directed fisheries. And so I understand that's how the body works.
Yeah, I think, listening to Bob and Dan, I think to me, what we do here is once we have, for lack of a better word, a product that we can show people what the impacts of various effects of fisheries or reporting or whatever, and you can use that to sort of educate people and inform them, then I think that's when you can go, and however that structure is, go and engage with the management council or these other bycatch fisheries about, okay, here's it's been reviewed, it's been it's as much as reality as we know it is, and you can use that to inform discussions with other groups about how, and then how that would inform the management decisions of whether it's Fish Management Council or Department of Fish and Oceans or whatever. You're going to engage them eventually, but once we get down to some workable products that we can then go out and engage and inform people with, so you are going to engage them, but this process is commission driven, and I think it's probably about as many people or personalities as can be kind of managed right now. But you're not ignoring them, but you come with them with something that they can actually then deal with and get their minds around.
Thanks. Any other comments on that? Okay, thank you.
I have a comment. Yes. From day one, when we started this process, it was all of the halibut users and stakeholders that I had put on the table. Now, for someone who's a great discomfort I have is building a model that has a PSC box in it. And then I go over and I show it to my colleagues across the street who are dealing with, the Alaska Longline Associated, the peacock fisheries, the trawl fisheries. The longline fisheries are by far catching the vast majority of halibut out there, and the trawl fisheries have a really high discard mortality rate assigned to it. So we're actually pretty comfortable with the trawl discard mortality rate. Where I'm really uncomfortable is the longline and dealing with the largest probably source of catch, that is fish caught on a hook, brought up to the rail and released, is the longline fisheries. And for me to go in and put a PSC box, walk up to this group, our annual meeting and a council meeting, I'll tell you right now, I won't do it until I consult with them and say, what aspects of your bycatch fishery can you modify, work with, change your gear designs or anything? Otherwise, you just become just like natural mortality rate. And not only does that exclude that user group, it almost alienates the user group. So I'm happy to put in a PSC box, but independent of this group, I will be going over to the longliners associations and the trawlers associations and asking them, what options do you have to deal with these bycatch issues? And is it timing? Is it anything? I don't want to alienate you with a box, nor would I want to come into this group and alienate you saying, I'm going to change the size limit because I think it's good. So we can come in this group, we can present a bunch of scenarios at 6 million pounds, 8 million pounds, 10 million pounds. You might be able to have 10 million pounds of bycatch and have it impose less mortality on the stock right now than the current 8 million pounds. How? You change the selectivity, you change the time area closures of how these other bycatch user groups. So I think by not entertaining the ideas, at least at a one-off meeting, you're really alienating the group. And I won't build the model without consulting these folks, because I need to understand exactly how their fisheries operate in order to build the model.
Peggy.
Well, I think that's a great approach, Steve, but I would wonder, let me just make sure I understand that's part of I'm looking at the whole big picture. Regulations be damned. What's the creative inputs that we can use in this? So what you would be getting from them, or what they may give to you, would be used in we have no we're considering everything right now because I think otherwise we're stuck looking at what the regulations allow people to do right now. So I think your outreach approach is great. One little question in my mind is, would that be easier if they were sitting at the table? Or is it sounds like it's a little bit more appropriate for you to do it outside of this process because we're not always talking about PSC. But am I missing anything on that? This is a big box that we're looking at.
Well, the only thing I could see missing would be other management procedures. By excluding them from the process, you automatically exclude a whole suite of management procedures. We wouldn't be able to ask and answer those. So that we have integrated fisheries in British Columbia. Why can't we develop integrated fisheries in Alaska and Oregon and Washington? They're doing it in Europe. Sure. So why should Alaska, by all means, we can certainly build that model and put the cap in there, or we can actually try and entertain other options. I'll leave it at that.
John.
So I guess this process, I've sort of looked at it in a very simplistic way, and that is, what am I going to get? That is, as a participant in the fishery, how does this whole, I know where we've come from since the 80s. I've been involved, and so I kind of understand the process we've been through and sort of the management structure we've had and how we've determined what the catch is. And, you know, things are constantly changing. For a while we were ahead of ourselves, and then suddenly we were behind ourselves. And then when that happened, we went from an area specific to coast-wide, and everybody got mad. And so I think this process this group is a part of what's come from that flow to coast-wide. But and I wonder how someone from an Amendment 80 group would participate here, and I'm sure they could. I don't know, there'd be a bunch of stuff, because what I think this is about is, it's about, should we go to 26-inch size limit? Should we back away from coast-wide and go to area-specific? It's all those questions you put up there, and it's not so much about bycatch, because the bycatch number has always come right off the top. And so when you talk about what the resource is going to do, that number comes right off the top. Same as it does, I mean, as best we can with the sports group and also with subsistence and First Nations. So, I mean, I get that, at least from my perspective, I don't think this process involves that group, but I also get very clearly what Bob says, and that is, if they're not included here, then, or they don't get the opportunity to be included here, even if you're including them as part of the development of the model, et cetera, it alienates them, and it also devalues what this group does, especially if you're dragging what this group is doing in front of the council process, because they're definitely included there. So I don't know. So I really think, though, if there are people from and I think it's mostly Amendment 80 group, if there are people there who want to be, or maybe it's the directed cod fishery, or maybe it's the directed cod fishery, be it longline or trawl, if there are people there who want to be included, who want to participate, it probably makes sense to have some of those folks.
So just, thanks, John. And Steve, just a couple comments on that. We do have other initiatives in working with some of these folks. And the commission has also advanced with the North Pacific Council, and Pacific Council is the idea of abundance-based management of total removals. And I think that's a very positive direction that the commission is going on this thing, and it does involve dialogue with those folks in here. I don't have a particularly strong view about who should or should not sit on this board. That's a decision for the commission to approve or not approve. to get at one of Steve's comments about, you know, why can't we have integrated management here? Well, you've got two completely different authority structures involved with it. That's part of the reason why we don't have an integrated management here. I think the idea of us going to an abundance-based approach to dealing with all removals is an enormous step forward. And I think it's the way that we will be going on this thing, but we still have some steps to do before we get to that point where we can actually implement that. If this group feels that it's and this is a stakeholder-driven group. I mean, if this group feels that that's an important set of individuals to have this table, then we should make that recommendation and we'll take it to the commission.
So I think the argument has been made well about that it's important to engage others in this process. I mean, one of the reasons is legitimacy of the process. Another that Steve brought up is the opportunity. For example, it could be in the long fleet that there's an increase of 2 million pounds in bycatch, but there's still additional yield because of other management procedures that are evaluated, that are put forward by these other groups. And so that's an opportunity that we don't want to overlook. So it's maybe a little bit less of a, it's not exactly integrated fishery, but it's at least something else that we can consider. We don't know what those other management procedures are unless we speak to these folks. So I think, like I said, the argument for engagement is there, but the question is how. Jim made a point that, you know, this group is probably already at its maximum manageable size, so it may not be the best to invite a new suite of stakeholders here, but there's other ways that we can engage with folks. It could be separate workshops with specific stakeholders. It could be an invitation to come sit as an observer to one of these meetings and then have a breakout the next day. Exactly. Yeah, that would be great. Aruba would be perfect.
I just want to follow up on an example that Bruce just brought up. If we move to an abundance-based cap, that would involve a very tough negotiation between the Halibut Commission and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And the negotiation would specifically be an allocation argument about how much of the mortality should be allocated to bycatch and how much of the mortality should be allocated to the fishery. If you're having abundance-based cap, both of them are going to scale with stock size. But at some point along the way, you have to have that hard, tough conversation with the council saying, we're going to give 33% to the directed fishery and 66% to bycatch, or some other ratio.
I'm going to entertain a couple more comments on this thing, but I don't think this group should get sidetracked necessarily on this. If this is a recommendation that the group wants to make, that's fine. We can make that recommendation, send it up to the commission, but I don't think we should spend a lot of dialogue on this at this point here. But Peggy.
Organize my brain here. I think if we're going to consider adding to this group, we should think about examples as we have where they would be helpful and bring something to the table. And it occurred to me when we first started talking about this, when Dan first brought this up, that this is not that we're not great, but this is something that needs to happen between the council and the commissioners. And this joint collaboration I've had in my mind for a few years now, where spawning biomass ratio, that SBR is a big part of it, because we're looking at the whole enchilada when we think of that, and abundance-based management is a big part of those conversations. That's way above our pay grade. And I don't want that just to be a conversation. I want that to be a institutionalized, long-lasting collaboration. We've not seen that. I don't know what that looks like. But in order for the industrialized trawl fishery and the freezer longliners to continue to make a living, they're going to have to take halibut. And in order for the small boat guys and for the legacy guys and for all the halibut directed fisheries to not declare bankruptcy, they're going to have to take halibut. So it is going to have to be looked at together, and I hope it happens above this group.
So let's come back to a decision point on that then, if whether or not this group feels that it's appropriate or desirable to invite participation from other groups. I mean, this is your board. You can make that recommendation to the commission should you so choose. Michelle.
Thanks. So I guess just in listening to the comments and thinking about this group is fairly large as it is now, and just trying to think of, you know, what's the scope of the potential stakeholders that are missing here. So there's been a lot of focus on the trawlers as a bycatch, but I don't know that that's necessarily the only group that may not be represented. And I think going back to what Adam said, the other option for this group could be to just identify, you know, other alternative means of soliciting input or getting that stakeholder involvement. And so just looking back at the annual meeting that we just had this year, and the halibut commissioners were able to invite participation, presentation from some of the trawl groups to describe what they've done to reduce bycatch on their own. And so just thinking if we had something specific like that scheduled on our agenda, perhaps invite participation, or if there's you know, some other means of at least communicating. We're posting the meeting summaries online, making sure that people are aware of what this group is doing and what the priorities are, and then just having some clear opportunities identified for stakeholder input from those that aren't specifically on the group.
Scott.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it goes back to what you talked about, the functions of the facilitator too, to help with the outreach plan. I think it meshes in nicely that that's the way to solicit that input at this point, a more efficient way.
Other thoughts? Okay. I don't want to mischaracterize the feelings of the group on this. What I'm sensing out of this is that there is a desire to have some knowledge, some understanding of what some other objectives for other user groups might be, but there may be other alternative ways. There may be alternative ways for this group to get some of that input, either through, for example, we had a joint workshop with the council a couple of years ago on bycatch. To do it through that mechanism, or as Scott just pointed out, through the outreach side of the facilitators' activities, to make sure that we reach out to those folks and get their input on discussions that are had here. Adam.
One clarification I didn't really think of. I thought about engaging these other stakeholders for management procedures. I hadn't thought about objectives, and I don't know what others feel about that. Do all stakeholders have the same say in the level of the objectives that are defined?
Right now, right now there is because as Steve's phase it, there's a PSC box on there, which at this point, because the commission tries to guarantee conservation, that has primacy on the removals from the resource. I don't think that's a desirable framework for management. And I think that's what Steve's saying too. And there, you know, that is not an objective, but that's the reality of a procedure. Yeah.
Sorry, that was my clarification. Earlier you'd said should other stakeholders be invited to share their objectives for the fishery? And I don't think we're necessarily inviting other fisheries to share their objectives. It's to share other management procedures.
Okay. Can we leave this then with the idea that one of the processes we should do is enhance the outreach side of this and reach out to those folks to try to get that information back in here? Is that satisfactory to everyone? I'm seeing nods. Okay, thank you. Good discussion, folks. So next is there any other thoughts on the governance side of things? We have a chair and co-chair thing here. We have a probably the issue that we did come back to the ideas of trying to prioritize some of the objectives, and I don't think we're there yet in terms of the tools we have available to us. We have an agreement on the broad scale objectives, the 5 overarching objectives on this. There was a discussion earlier about trying to identify milestones in this, and are there particular things that people think should be communicated either to the commissioner or to our user groups that we're in a position to do right now that we have not done so effectively? I don't see anybody volunteering anything. Okay, we can think about this overnight, and if we have some other issues about this, we can come back to this tomorrow. If you see some things that, in particular, I'm concerned about the idea of reporting back in terms of milestones and making sure that not only the commission but other users understand, where we are in the process, what we see as the likely outcomes. But I think we could probably go to getting an update on where we are in terms of the operating models and so forth. That might help guide that understanding in terms of what we might want to report back to that thing. So if it's okay with folks, I want to turn this over to Steve now and have him go through where we are on updates to the operating model.
Thanks, Bruce. Let's get this playing again. This next section, I want to focus a little bit on what the primary difference is between what we're calling, or management strategy evaluation is also referred to more commonly as closed loop policy evaluation. I want to be crystal clear on why this is necessary, and more importantly, how it differed from how we developed the previous harvest policy, which was using an open loop method. So there's a bit of a academic sort of background to this. Talk a little bit about the operating model description, scenarios, procedures, and what's in the operating model. And then I have basically, I'm not calling it the shiny app anymore. We call it the MSE app. Just because people are starting to make fun of me. All right. Bruce and Ian and I had a meeting about a month ago now, and I ended up writing on the whiteboard, why is it necessary to conduct closed loop simulations when we're testing management procedures? What's wrong with just using the more simple, what we call open loop simulations? And I'll explain the differences in these two things in 1 second. So I want you to stop thinking about fisheries for a second, which is pretty easy for most of us, and ask the question, what is a closed loop? And it really, this whole concept that we're developing, and Alan Hicks is developing, and Sean Cox and Doug Butterworth and the folks around the world who do this, comes from control theory. So in systems control theory is a field in engineering. It's hundreds of years old. We've been using it for a long, long time. And I'll give you an example that most of you are familiar with when you think about closed loop policy evaluation and systems control. Your autopilot on your vessel is a great example of a closed loop policy evaluation. And the reason we want to use these closed loop systems, or these systems that have feedback in them, is it allows us to keep our ship on target. So if you're sitting in your wheelhouse and you decide I'm going to turn the autopilot on, the first thing you're doing is you're setting the autopilot to steer 271 degrees. So your objective is to steer your ship at 271 degrees. But there's these external forces like the wind and waves and stuff that's always trying to kick your boat off the compass point. So we call this a reference. The 271 degrees is our objective. We want to steer the boat. And we can measure with our compass whether or not we're going 271 or something else. And then there's a controller, and that controller can either be the captain at the wheel, or it can be some mechanical advice, hydraulics, cables, whatever it is that steers the rudder of your ship. And that gives the system, which is your boat, input. And the output, hopefully, is the boat keeps going 270 degrees. The key part of this whole process, in order to keep the ship on course, is having some sort of sensor in place. In this case of your autopilot, it would be the compass on your vessel. So what happens when you put a pop can next to the compass on the vessel, right? You break your sensor. So if your sensor's broken, then if you're on an open ocean, no big deal. But if your sensor's broken and you're in a foggy situation, you think you're going 271, but you're actually going some other course, you can put yourself in a lot of trouble. Now, how is this applied in the fisheries concept in management strategy evaluation? So the engineer's view is in blue up the top there. And what I call the fish squeezer's view, the fish squeezer is a person who's actually a modeler. They think they know how to touch fish and squeeze them and stuff like that. In fact, most of them throw up on boats and probably should just be left in their office behind a computer. So a fish squeezer's view for this process is that we first define objectives, and then there's some sort of harvest control rule or management procedure in place, if you would like, that would allow us to hopefully keep our features. So this would be our fisheries managers who help us make the decisions, our commissioners who make the final say in our decisions. We actually implement the fishery, and we have a reference model. So this would be, in this case, a couple of sub-models. That one would contain the population dynamics model of halibut, and the other models would contain the effort dynamics model of how the fishing fleet responds to these things. And then you would calculate from that how well you perform with respect to those objectives. Ian Stewart is the sensor. So we've shaved his head off. He's really sensitive to cold air. He's got really good sensory capabilities. So when halibut populations change in abundance, he starts to twitch a little bit, and then he goes and updates the assessment model and gives us new estimated state variables, and then we repeat the whole process year in, year out. Now, let me go back away from fisheries and go back to another example where we have closed loop management procedures. Cruise control. How many of you use cruise control in your car? We all do once in a while. There's two forms of cruise control. One of them has feedback control and the other one doesn't have feedback control. So can you guess which one has feedback control? What's that? The one you use with your finger, not your foot? The one you use with the finger, yeah. The electronics cruise control. What's the objective when you're setting your cruise control? Crash your car? No, don't get a ticket. You want to maintain a steady speed so you don't get a ticket or whatever it is, so you don't crash into the car in front of you. So that's the objective. You set the cruise control. And then what's the controller? In this case, it's either a simple mechanical system, the brick on the gas pedal, or you have this very complicated Ian Stewart electronic system who's going to sense whether or not, or who's going to adjust the gas pedal up and down depending on the speed. So in the mechanical system, what happens when this car with the brick on the gas pedal approaches a hill? It slows down. So is that maintaining the objective? No. So there's no feedback in place to maintain this car going at 80 miles an hour or whatever your objective is. Now, what's wrong with doing essentially the gas pedal, the brick on the gas pedal, is essentially how the harvest policy was developed here back in 2006, the last time it was updated. There was essentially no feedback control in place when we were designing the harvest policy. So what's wrong with open loop simulations, or what we did before, is the previous method neglected to have a sensor in place, and it was effectively a brick on the gas pedal type of procedure. And when you don't have a sensor in place, it's impossible for you to conform or compute, the performance measures. How well does this procedure perform? Sure, at any time.
But didn't we have an assessment model before?
Yeah.
Why is it that we didn't have a sensor?
We did have an assessment model before, but it was never used in evaluating the harvest policy. It was just a pure simulation model. You had the reference model, and that was what was used to do the assessment. The assessment model was used in place initially to set up the simulation, and that's it.
So the evaluation, the thing that tells us whether or not we've done a good job, is the health of the resource, correct? So the assessment will give us that, and it has
Well,
given us that even when we had the
no,
book on
the thing that measures, it's not the health of the resource. The thing that measures whether you did a good job is how far you've deviated from the objectives. Remember, a good cruise control will keep the car at 80 miles an hour plus or minus 1 mile an hour. Bob Ellerson.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that last comment. When Rick Mathot was providing all the modeling for the rockfish in the Pacific Council, the fishermen caught exactly what the council said they should catch, but there was so many things in the model that was wrong or not taken into consideration of, we ended up with 7 overfished species. So you may have achieved every one of your model objectives in there, but you crashed the car. So I'm not sure I'm following you that.
What were the fisheries objectives?
The bottom line, Peggy said, was the health of the resource. And so that's kind of where I'm at on the bottom line. But what if the science isn't accurate?
So when the management procedures were set up for the Pacific Council's rockfish, what were
and we had a retrospective issue here. So,
Yeah.
so if the goal is to have a healthy resource, I think you're avoiding that sometimes there are errors.
You're saying, we're both saying the same thing. You just said if the goal is to have a healthy resource, that's an objective. So, but when Peggy said it, she never said goal.
We said the same thing?
Yeah. The other part of this, of an open loop system, is it's really difficult to evaluate a harvest control rule and tune it to achieve the desired outcome when you can't calculate a performance measure. So the whole system, the whole operating model is not just a simulation of how we think the population is going to behave in the future. The whole system includes the rules, the commissioners, Ian Stewart's assessment model, the Halibut Commission's data, the bycatch data from the observer programs, the discard mortality rates from assumptions and natural mortality. Everything is all part of the whole system, and that's what we're trying to test here. In an open loop system, what you're missing is the part that gives you the feedback control that allows you to learn as you go along in time. You've probably all heard about artificial intelligence and how computers now are learning to solve problems all by themselves. This is essentially a simple form of artificial intelligence when you put that sensor back in that can say, I want you to adjust the fishery to achieve this objective. But when you don't have that, you don't model the learning process, and that's part of this whole process. Question?
So to talk about the retrospective bias, which was the biggest thing that we did not see for 5 years, we knew something was wrong. So when you talk about the sensor and the assessment model, you're not saying that it's a prescriptive that you can go into selectivity in the model and make that variable and it would fix the issue. You're saying that you're saying something else. Can you crystallize that for me?
Sure. What I'm saying is that when you engage this closed loop process, if there was a retrospective bias, it would show up. And you would go, oh, actually in our operating model, we have fish moving around. There are different sizes, different distributions. There's a change in the availability of these fish. That causes a retrospective bias in the sensor. So we either have to collect additional information or develop some other tool or procedure or invoke time-varying selectivity to capture that misspecified underlying process. And so that's the problem with an open loop pure simulation. It assumes that you're going to know what the right answer is every single year in the future. And you can just apply the harvest rate to the random fluctuations in recruitment and find out which harvest rate performs the best.
But we knew that there wasn't. I'm just going back to that example, the history. We knew that there was a problem. We just didn't know what it was and how to fix it. So what is it that's different about this one? What
You knew there was a retrospective bias
No, we knew
before
that
you
there-
developed the harvest policy?
No, we knew from the graph. It was a really simple,
Yeah.
we knew that there wasn't, the forecasts were not occurring as they were forecasted to occur. So we knew that something was wrong, and it took Ian coming in to understand what it was and fix it. So how is that shifted now? Is the assessment model different so that it will do or behave in a different way? I'm just looking for how that's different now.
Okay. Yeah, well, my understanding of when the harvest policy was developed before is the assessment model was never invoked in the process. And whether or not they knew there was a retrospective bias, just because even if next year we could have the same retrospective bias problem in this year's assessment, and it doesn't guarantee, going through this process doesn't guard against retrospective bias. Going through this process allows you to evaluate model A, model B, model C, and model A might have more retrospective bias than model C, and therefore model C would be a better performing procedure.
Okay.
Let me just, I don't know what the order was on this, but I'm just going to go around the table. Robin first.
I don't know if I'm repeating what people already know here, but would it help understand if we renamed the reference model the simulated halibut population and fishery? Because really all that I think we're saying here is that in this loop, when we had the retrospective bias problem as you're describing, instead of having a reference model, we had a real halibut population. And now, instead of that, we have a simulated halibut population, and then the same assessment model can be applied to the data that come out of that. I don't know if that helps. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I was just going to, I mean, I don't get the open loop, closed loop, because I agree with Peggy that what we knew there was a retrospective problem. We just didn't know it until the year after. And I think prior to the retrospective problem, we had an issue where every year you came and it looked like the biomass had dropped, but because we reevaluated what was there the year before, there was actually more than we thought. So it's kind of the opposite of the retrospective analysis. For a few years, that was the issue. And that might have been the 80s and early 90s. I don't remember, but I just remember that was prior to this retrospective. I guess I still don't, I mean, I get that maybe things are different, but what we had in the past was we had a harvest control policy, and we had numbers that we applied to each area, and we changed them from time to time, and we went about our business, and we evaluated what we had at some point, and we did it with whatever data we got, and we assessed our performance, and we came back the next year and did the same thing. Maybe it's different now. One of my problems, I got to tell you, with all this stuff is we start plugging all these things into computer models, and you know, there's so much moving in there, and you get output that doesn't make any sense. Like we drop the size, minimum size, and I think then the discard mortality goes up, which is totally counterintuitive. So I think there's sometimes things that get these models pump out that they're just not right. They don't make sense. And so somehow you got to define, you got to figure out what's going on there, because I think I'm sure you think, well, this is what the reality is, or maybe you don't think that, but I think, hey, there's something wrong here. If it's so counterintuitive.
Yeah. I think, excuse me, if I can just jump in on this, I think Robin's point is very well made here. We're not trying to evaluate a stock assessment model here. We're doing policy evaluation. And so that's evaluated against some true known function. When we're trying to correct the stock assessment, we weren't involved with a policy evaluation thing there. Robin and Dan. Robin.
I just had another comment to that to come back to Steve's point earlier, that this whole process is really a screening process to evaluate alternative objectives against each other, with all else being equal. And I think Keith Sainsbury, who was one of the very first people to pioneer management strategy evaluation, made the comment, if you can't get a policy to work in a simulated environment, how do you expect it to work in the real world? And I think that's kind of what we're doing here. We're not trying to build a reference model or a simulated population that is absolutely accurate in all cases, because there will be, we'll never be able to simulate the real halibut world. But this gives us an opportunity to at least hold everything constant and evaluate different policies against each other.
So I think that's exactly the problem that John and I and maybe others have with that, is that we know that there's going to be surprises out there. And there's long-term surprises now, just with sea surface temperatures and all of that, acidification. So models have their limitations, and we spend a lot of time hoping that the model is good and will reflect what's out there, and then we get sort of cold water in the face at the end of the season when the data that comes in shows that something's different. So I think for me, it's just taking a deep breath and realizing these are simulations. It's the best we can do with the calculus that we use, and let's take from it what we can, knowing that we're never going to be able to predict the real world.
The conversation around the table here is something that's been coming up, I think, at all the meetings over the past couple of years, and I think it's related to confusion amongst us about comments on the assessment model and how the assessment model works or should work, and what MSE is. So I think the point that Steve's trying to make here is why we should be doing closed loop simulations. Closed loop simulations are a way for us to test how well our different procedures are going to work to meet our objectives. In the past, the commission designed a really nice brick, and that's what drove the stock. But we have no idea if the brick was the right weight or the right shape or anything. A closed loop simulation allows us to evaluate that process. So you get rid of the brick and you put in a nice computer chip, and it'll actually take those measurements. So I think that's the point Steve's trying to make here, is first, it's the importance of actually evaluating how we're harvesting fish. The other point which has been coming up here is discomfort or uncertainty around the assessment model, and that the assessment model sometimes just don't work. Things just don't make sense intuitively. And another strength of an MSE is that allows us, with an MSE, we can account for some of that assessment model uncertainty by looking at the different scenarios. So an MSE helps us to evaluate our management procedures, but it also helps us to account for some of these ways in which the assessment models are wrong year after year. John doesn't seem to agree, looking at his face.
I just have to say this if I can. And maybe it's because I was born before 1960 that all this stuff just is difficult for me. But I don't see the open loop as a brick on the accelerator. I see it as my foot on the accelerator. So when I see that hill coming, I'm going to make an adjustment. And the issue is then, does the cruise control do a better job? I mean, I don't know, but I just, enough said.
You've set yourself up to beautifully. The idea that an individual can drive the car more efficiently and keep it at 80 miles an hour and burn less fuel than a cruise control. I do that all the time in my own car. I think, okay, I see the hill coming, and I'm going to build up some momentum and carry the speed, use the momentum to get me over the hill rather than fuel or more fuel. So what you're talking about there is an additional sensor. Not only were you using your eyes to judge how you're doing with respect to your objectives, but you're also using your eyes to judge what's coming in the future. So now we've had this conversation already today. We've talked about what's the importance of recruitment forecasts. So there's an additional sensor. We put out another survey, we start measuring recruitment forecasts, we can start to see some recruitment coming down there. We either can make a conscious decision to hold back, let the fish grow, and we can maximize the yield for all these recruits, or we can go fish them now and pay our bills, or however it is. But the point is, and you made it, you used a closed loop simulation to adjust your speed in your car when you saw the hill come. And that's why I need to do this for us, the same sort of thing. I think the mass confusion is that this is a simulated thing, but some of you are perceiving that this is what we're going to do to the halibut stock. No, we're like an engineer building a cardboard building, and we're going to put it in a wind tunnel, and we're going to blow this shit out of that building and not really hurt the real building. Okay, I'll try and remember that.
So do you need more than 1 year's database for these to test these systems?
Well, it actually works a lot easier when there's no data. No, it's true. It's when you have data, you actually are constrained by the data in the model.
Well, I'm thinking.
You notice none of the modelers are laughing.
In order to proof one in last year's model, don't you?
That's right. When you want to do the ground truthing or validation, model validation, then you have to be able to compare this to data. So that's what conditioning the operating model, and you missed the first couple of meetings, Bob. We talked a lot about how this process works. We actually condition an operating model on Ian's actual assessment. So when this operating model starts and does the forecast effective tomorrow, everything in the past is built on what our best judgment is of the population dynamics, and it's constrained by all the data. What happens in the future is not only a consequence of random environmental fluctuations, specific decadal oscillation, but it's also a consequence of the management actions this body makes, the management actions the North Pacific Council makes, the Pacific Council and DFO makes. So because we actually have inputs and we can change the future of the system, is why we have to go to closed loop simulations. And that's where engineering and 300 years of math behind this came up with control theory. And that's what this is all about. I got some people are entertained, and all right, operating model. I'm going to go over this in a box and arrow diagram, and then Peggy's going to stand up and explain all the calculus and the mathematics behind it all. No, there's no equations. The operating model is this purple box. This is what I've been working on, and Katarina helping me. The yellow boxes up at the top is essentially stuff Ian Stewart does when he's fitting the stock assessment model to the data. He might come up with two completely alternative hypotheses that give the exact same answer to the assessment. And I think I forgot what it was we did, the bycatch amounts. Wasn't that what the one? Yeah. So he adjusted the bycatch by plus or minus 20% or whatever it was. He ran the assessment model. He gets the exact same biomass estimates. And everybody's like, well, so what? The bycatch doesn't matter. Actually, bycatch does matter, because when you project forward, the harvest policy is very sensitive. Yeah, you get the same assessment model results, but what you would do to manage the stock differs completely depending on those two different scenarios. And each of those scenarios, as Ian showed you, when you fit the model to the data, they're equally likely. So both hypotheses are equally likely. You might have dozens of these hypotheses. The shaded gray boxes, MPs and the P1s, the management procedures and the performance metrics is what this group should be interested in, and this is what we're focused on. The performance metrics are related to the objectives, So if we're trying to maintain a spawning stock biomass above 30% of its unfished state, 70% or 75% of the time, we would have to have a performance metrics that measures the depletion of the spawning stock, given a hypothesis. A management procedure, as we've discussed in detail, are things we can manage. We can't manage recruitment variation, but we can manage where and when we open the fisheries. We can manage size limits. We can manage quotas and all kinds of different things. So those different management procedures, we would shuffle through the operating model along with all of the combinations of different scenarios. And then you would calculate a performance metric for each management procedure where you integrate or essentially take the average over all of the scenarios. So that's essentially what this box and arrow diagram does. So the focus of the MSAB is really on evaluating the different management procedures we can come up with in this room. So what's inside the operating model? Well, it looks just like the control theory that I described earlier. We have a controller, a system, and a sensor. And if you look at in more detail, I've now blown up those blue boxes where you have the controller, system, and the sensor. The controller has things to do with the harvest control rules, allocation formulas, or apportionment formulas, or anything that the managers are doing to essentially set the regulations and how the fisheries will be prosecuted is basically under the management control or under a management procedure type jurisdiction. The system is essentially the part that I build is the population dynamics model. There'll be, within that model, there'll be submodels that predict how much catch you'll get. It'll predict what the set line survey will see each year. There's a submodel that will predict the age composition, the size composition. There's a submodel for moving fish from area 4 to area 3 and area 3 back to area 4. So there's all kinds of movement migration. And then there's a model in there that actually implements the fisheries. So not only the directed fisheries, but the bycatch user groups, the other recreational fisheries, etc. That system then generates simulated data, not real data, simulated data that we would then pass off to Ian Stewart and say, tell me how big the stock is. So Ian's the sensor in our little humble building here. And he'll shove the data into his model, which has a population dynamics model. It also has observation models that predict what we see. And then there's a funny little thing called a statistical criterion that you can take 4 years of university and get a whole degree in that one box. And then you can calculate reference points and stock status. That's another 4-year degree at university. And then you shove that back up into the harvest control rules, and the whole system repeats itself. And you do this for maybe 20 or 30 years and then evaluate the performance of that system. So I hope you can sort of get from the simple box and arrow diagram, an appreciation of the complexity. Now this is in a barrel. Now imagine developing the system on an area like we have for the Pacific halibut over its distribution, whether we want to do that over four large regulatory areas or whether we want to go right into the sub areas or even smaller raster grids. People do this kind of work. My only advice to you as board who are trying to ask and answer these questions is the smaller the scale, the detailed questions you get into, the longer the time, and I mean not linear increase, I mean exponential increase, it takes to actually address those questions. So just be aware of the time commitments. So scenarios, there are a range of plausible models. You've heard Ian in the last year or two talk about multi-model or ensemble modeling. We now have a whole suite of assessment models that we would evaluate inside of our operating model. The scenarios that we've developed thus far in this coast-wide operating model, we look at recruitment, and from our historical assessments of the real data, what we've learned in periods when there's a positive PDO and negative PDO is that the average recruitment between those two different periods, there's about a 35% difference. So in the periods of low recruitment, there's about 35% less recruitment during a negative PDO and 35% more during a positive PDO. If I got the positive and negative right, Ian, doesn't matter. But
Oh, really? It doesn't matter? This is simulation? That's a made-up percentage? Okay.
well, the percentage is actually from the real analysis. Whether or not recruitment goes up or down when it's positive or negative, what you're going to see on the interface is high recruitment, low recruitment. Right. I'm not going to show you positive PDO and negative PDO because then you'll have to remember what I always forget.
I think, Peggy, if you're wondering, how realistic that is relative to real halibut variation, he's talking about 30% difference on average between the two things. That doesn't mean that there isn't situations where there could be 5 times as much recruitment one year versus others.
And that's during the whole term of the PDO, so 20 years, for instance? Okay.
I think, would that number come from the long time series analysis? Yeah, so 100 years almost. We're also modeling at this point in time growth, and we have 2 options where we've implemented increasing trends in size at age and decreasing trends in size at age. We don't have a flat trend in size at age. What we're interested in is bracketing the extremes. All right, we're looking for a management procedure that's robust to both changes of increasing growth and decreasing growth. We're not so interested in a management procedure that gets the average growth correct. John.
So when you're modeling growth, because growth takes it's over a period of time.
Correct.
And the growth is independent of this PDO
correct
part of the model. And I'm trying to get my arms around this. These are not separate models. This is all one model that you're putting all this different data into and getting a whole bunch of different output.
You can think of them as submodels, just like the transmission in the car and the engine in the car are 2
So what kind of inputs,
submodels of the drivetrain.
What kind of inputs do you have when you're modeling growth?
Okay, great question. Growth is basically cohort specific. So when growth increases, it doesn't mean I was a fish this year that is going to all of a sudden double my size at age next year. Once you're sort of born and on your growth curve trajectory, you're going to follow that. There'll certainly be variations in it. But what we generally see in fish populations is cohort-specific type growth rates. Usually a lot of cohorts, especially juvenile fish, when they're in high densities, are competing for limited food resources in a competitive and a predatory environment. And so growth rates often slow. And in periods of low density, there's less competition for those same limited resources, so the growth rates generally increase. Now, competition could mean me and Bruce competing for the same piece of food, or it could also mean my dog competing for the same piece of food. So it's halibut and arrowtooth flounder are 2 examples versus halibut on halibut. But it's cohort specific.
So I'm not sure what happens now, but in the old days, we thought about the Bering Sea as sort of the rearing grounds.
Correct.
And so, and my understanding is when you go to the Bering Sea, what you find there is you find a bunch of small halibut. So I guess it's really, I guess I'm trying to get my arms around again. So that's the area that's really important when you talk about growth, because that's where I think most of it at least still happens. That is, I think that's still the trend of thought. That is, the fish, it doesn't spawn there necessarily, but it starts at a very young age there and gets bigger there and then migrates south and eastward.
We do see, excuse me, the simplest way to describe that is we see far more juveniles in the Bering Sea than we see anywhere else on the coast. As we go farther south and east in the stock, we see fewer and fewer very small fish. So the implication from that is that most of the juveniles are in the Western Gulf and the Bering Sea. The issue of where growth changes, though, is a more complex issue, because we've seen the largest growth changes in the Central Gulf of Alaska, not in the Bering Sea, when we look at adult fish in terms of size at age. Now, I should correct that. What we're talking about here is size at age, not necessarily growth. So what we see is smaller size at age in the Central Gulf compared to, and a trend in the size at age in the Central Gulf that we haven't necessarily seen in places like the Bering Sea, and to a somewhat greater extent in between in Area 2.
But if once you hit your growth curve, you're on it, and why would size at age change in the Gulf of Alaska then as in older fish?
Because you may be coming into that environment on a different trajectory than you would, and you may have different capability, because in a lot of fish what you have is there's a genetic spread in inherent growth rate, that you may have sort of conversion efficiency maximizers or growth rate maximizers. So depending on what kind of animal you are, depending in terms of the environment that you get into, you may be able to maximize growth in some areas that other genetic components of stock can't.
Sorry. So what I heard there was genetic and growth together. So what I wonder about then is when I look at the Kenai River and kings, and we've taken all the big kings out of there, and now there are no big kings anymore, and there probably won't be because that genetic component is out. Is that similar to?
I think that gets a little more complex in the sense that, do you really have genetic selection there? So has the species lost the capability to have large fish, or is it simply because of the exploitation rate that you're not getting many fish growing to that thing? That's a different thing than actual genetic selection. To maybe amplify that a bit, we had small size at age back in the 1920s. We had large size at age in the 1970s. Now we're back to smaller size at age. If it was genetic selection, you never would have had the capability to get those large fish from all the small fish you had in the 1920s. So there's obviously a more complex relationship there than just genetic selection for growth rate. In fact, growth rate is not highly heritable in fish for the simple reason that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket if you're a fish. And if something turned bad and you couldn't grow very fast, the whole species goes kapow. So those sorts of, you're going to have a breadth of not highly heritable growth morphs in the population.
Scott and Peggy.
I don't want to get too far awry, but the observation that size at age differs by area kind of begs whether you're going to try to model size at age actually as a function. When you get to a spatial model, eventually someday when the OM is spatial, would you model size at age or actual growth on a spatial scale as well as part of one of these scenarios? Or is that well within the envelope of just modeling the extremes?
Yeah, the salient point is that when you are making projections in the future, you do have to model growth somehow, whether you just take the empirical data you have right now and project that forward. That's one model, and you're assuming that growth wouldn't change, and that's what it is. You could randomly sample or put some sort of auto correlation, whatever. You do have to come up with some model for predicting what the size at age is going to be in the future. In MSC, what we're interested in is not modeling growth. We couldn't care whether fish grow slow or fast. What we're modeling is how does this management procedure perform if fish grow slow or fast? So that's the context here, is that we're trying to find a procedure, a cruise control device that's robust to changes in size at age. And that's the importance of what Adam was trying to get at earlier when I basically got going too fast. My apologies, I do that.
But if we're going to ask that question, how does this perform if fish grow fast or slow? That's a really blunt object. That's not looking at what is facing us, which is cohort-driven growth rates and PDOs, so that if we take two cohorts, one on one side of a PDO change, one on the other side, and see that one had high density when it was growing and had a slower growth because there wasn't enough food, and the other was the opposite. They both go into area 3B and then exhibit, different growth patterns. That could have huge ramifications on the fishery. And we're only asking whether they grow fast or slow overall. So can we do better than that with MSC?
Well, is your objective of MSC to understand growth, or is it to understand the procedure?
Well, it's neither. It's to understand the procedure on a wide range of measurables.
Mm-hmm. So can we do better? Yeah, you can come up with an infinite number. If I go back this way, S1, S2, you can think of that as low recruitment, high recruitment. S3, S4 would be, again, low recruitment, high recruitment, but now S1, S2 would be low recruitment, high recruitment, low growth, and S3, S4 would be low recruitment, high growth. So all of the permutations and combinations, you can see we've just come up with 2 hypotheses about growth and recruitment, and we've already got 4 scenarios. Right. And you guys aren't even done with your list of things you want to throw at me. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is come up with a framework that allows you to remember these are scenarios, these are things you can't manage. So I'm trying to come up with a framework that allows you to integrate over all of those hypotheses.
Okay, here's where I struggle with the process. I get your closed loop system. I understand what you're saying. But at some point, you got to plug real-time data in here.
Yep.
And you're taking, you have various scenarios. Say you have 8 different scenarios, and you take a median. That gives you a range. When you plug in about 10 to 12 variables into a model, and all of them have a range, and they start to overlay the low of the range versus the high of the range, you get a really wide spread. I mean, yeah, the closed loop is gonna test that procedure, but you can have this extremely wide range. Call it a confidence factor if you want. You can go anywhere from 10 million to 40, 50, 60 million. I mean, how do you know retrospectively where you should have been 5 years ago, because 2/3 of the fish had their jaw ripped off and they aren't going to grow very fast? I mean, how do you plug that into a model and make sense of that? I mean, how does that work on this system?
Those are great questions. Which one do you want me to ask first? Let's do the growth rate. So for example, you can make growth a function of the environmental variables, whatever they are. Just say we put in a simulated temperature thing and make growth a function of temperature. But now you're talking about an additional variable where growth is not only a function of temperature, but it's also a function of your prior history. So if you've been hooked before and you had your jaw ripped off, you're probably going to grow slower. So when we model this process, and this is why you need an integrated framework, you have a fishery submodel that's catching fish, and some of those fish are sublegal and they're being thrown overboard. Those are the ones that are going to enter into a new growth category because they had their jaws ripped off. And this is what's built into that equilibrium model that we had, that we showed you at the last meeting, is that we do have the cumulative effects of instantaneous fishing on the growth rates of individuals. So the faster growing fish get removed from the population earlier in life. And so when you measure that population 10 years later, what you're measuring are the slow growing individuals that haven't reached the minimum size limit. So we try to capture that effect inside the model. There's ways to do it using probability distributions, and this is what I went to school for and took all that mundane calculus. And that's how we do it. I can give you the equations and you can or we can trust our intuition. I'm going with Woodruff on this one. Any other questions? These are great, and getting the questions and the feedback is very important for me because it helps me pace how fast I should go. If you guys are getting this, I can obviously go faster. If there's lots of questions, I clearly need to back up and slow down. And also remember, I'm a father of 3 girls. I get frustrated quite easily. So Natural mortality is another one that's been a hypothesis in our assessments for a number of years. It's 0.15, it's 0.1, it's 0.2, it's been all over the map. Ian does a really good job now with our decision tables where you don't even ask the question about natural mortality anymore. Our policies integrate over natural mortality. The one thing we haven't done in natural mortality, and it's a question that's come up, is whether or not natural mortality is size dependent. A lot of people believe that natural mortality for a little halibut is probably a lot higher than it is for a bigger halibut, just because that little halibut fits in everybody else's mouth and the bigger halibut doesn't. And others believe that, I hate the term, but they use it, called senescence. You just get old and the will to live is gone. You're, you know, you're just ready to check out. My grandma was like that for 7 years. She goes, hurry up and die already. So those are some of the things we can also explore in terms of what is the effect. This one, and the reason I bring up size-dependent natural mortality, is very important with respect to juvenile bycatch. It's probably the most important thing, and we just assume it's constant. You know, if natural mortality is double for juvenile fish, then the bycatch will have less of an effect. If it's the same as it is for adults, then the bycatch is going to have a much larger effect. There's my intuition speaking, and it makes sense. Okay. Questions?
Okay, obviously you want to keep the number of, you want to limit the number of scenarios because it's a multiplicative thing with the number of management procedures. How do you choose what size dependent function to use? I mean, there's
So there's actually been quite a bit of work in the literature on size-dependent natural mortality, and there's a colleague, Kyle Lorenzen, who's looked at this in experimental lakes where he's actually stocked fish of different sizes in different lakes and measured their mortality rates in these nice closed systems. And he's shown that there really is a strong, not only density-dependent growth, but also size-dependent natural mortality rates. When you stock fish at different sizes, you get different survival rates depending on the sizes. The primary predator was a fish-eating bird of some sort. Apparently the fish-eating bird does really well on small fish, but not on big fish and those kinds of things. So there's a lot of work in the literature that have come up with formulas for it. Ian might have a better answer to this if he's not deeply engrossed in his SRB report. But there's very few studies that have tried to estimate size-specific natural mortality rates inside the assessment model. It's highly confounded with fisheries selectivity. You have to have a lot of data or either know what the selectivity curve is from tagging data. And most of the tagging studies that have looked at survival rates of different size classes have shown some sort of size-dependent natural mortality rates. Ian, anything to add?
Just that this is another point where what you're trying to do in the stock assessment differs substantially from developing a harvest policy. And most of the time in a stock assessment, you have very little data on those young fish. And so if there's very different natural mortality on very small fish, it makes little difference to the answer you get because you really don't know how many of those fish there are anyway. But as Steve points out, this is much more important when you're trying to develop a harvest policy, trying to understand and predict how those little fish are or aren't being influenced by various sources of removal. So there are lots of different ways to model it, and I think the point for Steve, we actually looked at this. The SRB asked me to look at this in the stock assessment model, and our stock assessment is not sensitive to this. But for Steve, the issue is just coming up with some plausible scenarios so that if something very different is going on there than a simple assumption, whatever management procedure we're evaluating or we actually find is robust to that.
Bob?
Yeah, so every decade you've done some sort of tagging through the commission, and that's either been fish that are caught hook and line or with a trawl. And when those fish have been recovered, have you noticed any difference in their growth rates for the given cohort that they came out of? Or, because I thought I heard you make a suggestion that a bycaught fish may have higher rates of mortality or may not have as great a growth rates. And it seems like with all the experiments on tagging there, that's something you might be able to prove.
Yeah, it's something that the tagging data would shed light on in terms of size-dependent natural mortality. But let me step back here, and we kind of jumped off the track a little bit, and everybody's thinking about assessments again and not management strategy evaluation. The point here is that Ian's not putting size-dependent natural mortality in his assessment model. Ian has an assumption in his assessment model that natural mortality is independent of size, so it's constant over all size classes. So, and that'll give a result. Now, if he went to a size-dependent natural mortality rate, he might get the exact same result, but the policy consequences would differ. Now, it's not that I can model size-dependent correctly. The point is that you want to, if you put in size-dependent natural mortality and say juveniles have higher survival rates and adults have lower survival rates as one hypothesis, you can then ask the question, is the harvest policy, and this is where I'm specifically thinking about bycatch users, those fish were going to die anyways because they have a high natural mortality rate. So if they're taken as bycatch, we're really not doing much to the stock. But if, in fact, the natural mortality rate is low for juvenile fish, those fish aren't going to die. They would materialize in a harvestable individual, and bycatch would have a large impact on the stock. And I can see John's gears going away here.
Well, one thing that automatically comes to mind is if you harvest a bunch of those small fish, what happens to the rest of them? Do they grow faster? Do they grow bigger? Do they grow better?
You cited about 6 papers in the literature that talks about this exact same phenomenon in the Gulf of Mexico with a species called snapper. The red snapper is the biggest trawl bycaught species in that Gulf, and Murdoch McAllister at UBC, they wanted basically mitigation in the shrimp trawl fisheries for the destroying the snapper fisheries. So Murdoch did the back of the envelope calculation and said, hey, I don't have to fly home anymore. I can walk across the Gulf of Mexico on the backs of snappers as soon as we shut down the shrimp fishery. And what you're talking about is density-dependent growth. So after the trawl fishery goes out and thins out the snappers, those individuals actually have higher survival rates after the thinning and faster growth rates because they're not competing for food. So the shrimp trawl fishery actually has a net benefit to the snapper fishery, was one way, another way to look at it. So some counterintuitive things can happen. Any other questions? All right. Time-varying natural mortality is another thing. It's probably not so important in halibut. We certainly see it in Pacific hake, especially these sporadic squid. What are those? The Humboldt squid who come in and eat 200 hake a day.
When you're saying time-varying, just clarify that.
Sure. Right now, the assessment model, for example, assumes natural mortality is constant for the last 100 years. And we've seen, major changes. A lot of the people who do ecosystem modeling now, and the reason they're doing ecosystem modeling is they're trying to find a way to actually model the natural mortality in response to the changing community composition out there, more predators, less predators, etc. So time-varying natural mortality is one of these, in the fishery science parlance, they call it a non-stationarity effect. So if natural mortality were to actually increase or decrease, it would have a huge effect on how we conduct our operations with respect to trying to maximize the yield per recruit. These fish are dying off faster. We should be harvesting them at younger sizes and sooner. If they're living longer, we should be backing off and letting them grow and maximize the yield through growth and not through volume.
Environmental perturbation that happens at some point in time, i.e. Humboldt squid is choked up people. That's a different kind of version.
Yeah. Crabs are, I've done a lot of work on Alaskan king crab fisheries up there, and they're notorious for having these big episodic events where they just disappear, and there's no rhyme or reason from a fishery standpoint. They just disappear, and we think that's probably you know, parasites, disease, some big ice, cold water, whatever it is. So yeah, those kinds of things happen. I don't think we see that too often in the halibut. The age composition data would generally show a huge catastrophic event, and we don't see it. So remember, the scenarios were the things we can't control. The other side of the coin are the procedures, are the things we can control. So what we've developed here is sort of a wish list of some of the things we've had in our discussions from this meeting. We've talked a little bit about empirical versus model-based reference points. That's a pretty, it depends where you come from. I think if you're in South Africa and New Zealand, you tend to rely heavily on empirical measures for setting your harvest control rules. So they'll actually have the fisheries harvest rates next year will depend on how the CPE data changes in the surveys. We talked a little bit about the catch floor, where we just set some sort of minimum catch. You know, we all agree if something really goes to hell in a handbasket, what are we going to do? And we talked a little bit about having a catch floor just to maintain economic stability in the fishery while we ride out the period of low recruitment. Size limits, apportionment, shares, all of those things are questions that are on the table. Regulatory discards and bycatch limits. Also part of the procedure is the actual methods that Ian uses to do the assessment. So back to Peggy's point, if we had a stock assessment model and our assumptions about the data resulted in a large retrospective bias, this would actually show itself inside the simulation, and we would be able to diagnose, hey, there's a model misspecification here that's leading to this retrospective problem. And so this is why it's key that the operating model, the simulated population, is actually done using a different set of equations or a model than the actual assessment tools that Ian's using. So I'm going to build a spatially explicit population dynamics model that's moving fish around, moving fisheries around, and then I'm going to dump out coast-wide data and give it to Ian and say, what do you think the abundance is? And he will test his assumptions on a coast-wide assessment on a spatially explicit model. And then perhaps when we develop the fleets' areas and the spatially explicit model, we would test those procedures as well. So the point about having errors in your assessment model, we're trying to incorporate that into how we evaluate our management procedures. So what input data should we use? We had some questions earlier about should we be investing in research on juveniles and what would we learn from that? You can simulate that in a computer and try and, you know, use a bunch of logic and careful thought processes about how you think that process should work, and then model it and see where you get it wrong. Or you can just rely on gut instinct and intuition and put your finger in the wind and pray. So this is the last slide of the presentation. Where we really hope to go with this, and I think we can do this with the coast-wide model, but it's not really going to address the smaller detailed questions, is does the current harvest policy satisfy the objectives we've set forth? And once Katerina and I get here, this is really our objective this summer, is to really nail this down so we can present this at the interim meeting, and I guess that you would call this a milestone. That didn't even wake Paul up. Oh well. And then if it doesn't satisfy the objectives, what can we do to the current harvest policy so that we can achieve the objectives? So everyone keeps asking, where did 21.5% and 16.5% come from? And then other people have since asked, is 21.5 too high or is it too low? And again, it's, you know, is 80 miles an hour too high or too low? Should we turn the speed, the cruise control down a little bit and not get a ticket? Should we turn it up and take the risk? Those are the sorts of things you do, but you have to have those objectives to measure where you are with respect to those objectives. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and with your permission, just show you some of the new stuff we've been doing that's not online yet. This was the Equilibrium Shiny application we had before. Nothing's changed there. The idea is that this tool will always be there for you to explore the long-term strategies, and we'll spend more time on this tomorrow answering some of the questions that were asked earlier today. And what we're developing when Katarina gets here is this little MSE dashboard type application where you can ignore the results here. This is nothing meaningful, where you would go in and select different procedures and overlay those procedures in different scenarios. And you can see how well they perform over those scenarios. We have performance metrics in which you can compare the depletion levels, the probability of the spawning stock biomass falling below our limits and our thresholds, the median catch, the average annual variation in the catch, the standard performance metrics that are coming out, in addition to any performance metrics that this committee is interested in. One of the ones I know fishing groups are always interested in is if we do this, what's my CPUE going to be next year? Because that's how most fishermen judge whether or not they're going to untie their boats. Is if they're going to go out, if their CPUE is in 100 pounds per skate or whatever your magic number is, you can't make money. Why untie your boat? But if you do something and your CPUE gets above that threshold, you can do that. So those may be some other performance measures you guys are interested in. And you would choose those on this particular interface. What we're really trying to do with this interface is make it not like this. The feedback I've gotten from everyone here, managers, stakeholders, fishermen, has been great. And they say it's busy, it takes me a while to learn, I need some tutorial lessons and stuff like this. Yet when I go to the South Pacific and show my fishery science colleagues, they're like, oh, how mundane, we did that in first year, and you know, it's really simple for them. So as an academic exercise, I'm like, well, I usually throw them a question. I'm like, what happens if you lower the size limit? Will you get more fish or less fish? And they get it wrong every single time. And then once they actually go through the model and use the model to help understand their logic, they actually go, you know what, that makes sense, and I would have guessed wrong on that. And other times they guess right. With this MSE interface dashboard, what I'm hoping to do is make this interface much easier to read, and perhaps more like this, where you can, this is somebody else's demonstration, I have no idea what it is, but you'll have a simple model output where you can just move your cursor along the graph, you can look at the score, you can change how many years you want to predict, and it has really simple outputs that managers can make intuitive understanding and not have to understand all the details. So you can imagine a scorecard here where you have the catch by each regulatory area. So when we set a management procedure and say that management procedure is we're going to lower the bycatch caps in the Bering Sea this year by 60% for the Amendment 80 fleet. Don't hold me to that. Then this would just show up on the blue box. Here's what would happen if you lower the bycatch in Area 4CD, but then you'll have a box for Area 3, Area 4. So it's a really simple, intuitive. We're hoping to make this really intuitive so it's simple to understand, and even Obama can understand it. Question? I have another friend, Obama. Not him. Chris.
For the example you just gave on something like bycatch for a scenario, and this sort of applies to all scenarios, would you be able to, can you drill it down to not just the amended 80 boats, but what it would look like on a Pequod fleet? Like, are you going to go that fine detail? Or is it just...
So Steve, I'm curious. So this device, no longer called the shiny tool. Right here, MSAB. Yeah. So does it have all the same power that the model that like the assessment model does, or the model that you're using to project forward? It does. I see.
More so, after Katarina and I are done, if we go through the summer, we'll have a spatially explicit operating model, but it will be conditioned on our assumptions, not necessarily data.
So and it'll be changed as you change your assumptions. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Or as you change the assumptions.
But I guess this is what I was struggling with a little bit earlier when you were talking. When the assessment model is done, when the assessment is done, you're using a model to do it, and the input that you use, some of it is, if you will, real data. It's CPUEs from the survey, from the directed fishery. It's trawl surveys if there are any done. It's all that kind of stuff. And then what else are you using when you do that? Because ultimately, what that assessment model does is it comes up with a spawning biomass number. And that's what we use to figure out what the removals are going to be, because the harvest policy has some number of that. So I guess I was just thinking about, you have some, what I call real data, CPUEs, et cetera. And then you have other stuff. What other stuff are you putting in there? And I guess there's size at age data. There's there must be other stuff as well.
That's really pretty much what the stock assessment includes. It includes the weighted age that we've observed, the age distributions from the fishery and the survey, may be broken out by area or not, depending on whether we're in the areas as fleets models or the coast-wide models. And it includes the trend information from the fishery CPUE and from the survey CPUE. So those are the primary sources of information. We have a little bit of additional information in the form of information from the Bering Sea Trawl Survey, which isn't currently included but could be in a spatial model. I'm also this year looking at including information from the recreational age compositions, as well as different treatments of discard age compositions, either estimated from the survey or elsewhere. But that's the basic information that goes into the stock assessment.
And so, Ian, how do you know, I guess from year to year, because we had a retrospective problem, and so the way we knew we had it was in the next year, the numbers that came up were significantly less than what they were the year before, but it's still kind of what the model's telling you. And the model is telling you something because all the data that you have to go in it is in effect telling the model that. Yeah.
I think maybe we're getting a little confused here with crisscrossing between talking about the MSE and talking about the assessment. Steve's been mentioning, this is the part that Ian does, but actually they're two completely separate processes. Doing the stock assessment on an annual basis consists of coming up with estimates, as you said, of the current biomass and trend that are consistent with the observed data that we have. The MSE process is quite different in that it's still trying to be consistent with the data that we have, but it's trying to explore hypotheses that may or may not be addressed by any of the data we have. So we might not have any information to inform us about the relative difference in natural mortality for 1-year-olds compared to 3-year-olds. But Steve can still evaluate different hypotheses about that relationship and look for management procedures that are robust to both of those. I think in addition, there's also a very big delineation between the assessment as it occurs in a management procedure and the assessment as it occurs right now in the process that we're using. Right now, the assessment is designed to give us an unbiased estimate of what's going on in the world in terms of stock abundance and stock trend. In a management procedure, the stock assessment is just one piece. It's just one little cog in the whole procedure itself. And so, in fact, in a management procedure, the best stock assessment might be a smoother through the survey data, for example. It doesn't tell you anything about how many fish are out there, and it only tells you about the relative trend of the fish that are being caught in the survey. But as one piece in a larger management procedure, you might get a very stable management procedure out of that. You'd still be doing the stock assessment outside the MSE, as a way to better understand what the current dynamics are, and to look for things like, well, the data are telling us that we've got an assumption wrong somewhere because every year it's getting revised in a single direction. But I think maybe we're kind of mixing up the two concepts here, and they're really quite complementary to one another. Steve has mentioned several times the ability to use the MSE to simulation test the assessment, which is really a separate problem from looking for a stock assessment that's consistent with a management procedure. So Steve can simulate data, and I can fit it with the assessment models that we currently have, and we can use that to help evaluate those assessment models. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be good models to use in an integrated management procedure. So I think it just, we're kind of getting wrapped up, and we've done this in previous meetings as well, between the distinction between the annual stock assessment and the MSE, and even the assessment part of the MSE. They're all very different pieces with very different goals for those analyses.
Right. So I think I understand what you're saying, but if I looked at the closed loop, the sensor piece was that assessment model, which I think is the assessment model you're producing that tells us what the spawning biomass is every year.
Actually, I think that's where the confusion is. That the assessment model in Steve's closed loop is actually whatever model you're using, and it might be just a smoother on the survey data to update your management procedure. His point in there, I think, mostly was just that you need some kind of a feedback loop, that if you just set it and forget it with the brick, you don't actually understand how your system's operating. But maybe that's where the analogy was starting to break down a little bit, because that isn't the same assessment model that we're actually doing right now. That could be many different kinds of, it's really just a data integration method rather than an assessment model. Yeah. It's some way to take the newest data and update your understanding each year. But its goal is not to produce an unbiased estimate of the current stock size and trend. Its goal is to provide for robust management. So, for example, you could have an assessment built into an MSE that you know gives a biased answer. It could always give you an answer that's biased a little bit low, but it could be very consistently low. It could always be a little bit below the truth. That wouldn't be an acceptable stock assessment model for me to produce, because I'm trying to come up with an unbiased estimate so that policy and science can be separated. In an MSE, you've got an objective which is based on policy, and maybe you meet that objective very well by using an assessment or a data integration method inside the MSE that doesn't produce an unbiased answer. It's really the distinction between looking at trying to understand the stock and trying to come up with a full management procedure that integrates all the moving pieces into a management approach, knowing that has policy built into it, where we don't build policy into the annual stock assessment.
Thanks, Ian. This is quite correct. We're getting very confused about the difference between the assessment, evaluating the assessment versus evaluating a policy. And this is what we're trying to do here, is evaluate policy.
I understand what you're saying, but ultimately you got to come back to the assessment, because that's the real number.
You don't have to come back to the stock assessment that Ian's producing. You come back to some form of sensing the population.
Right, Bruce. But if I'm thinking about the halibut resource and my objective is to have it there forever, then somehow you got to get back to that real number, or that is what you think that real number. That's what I'm thinking. You have to get back, and I understand this is just a management policy, but somehow you ultimately, it seems to me, you got to get back to that real number, because that's what you think is really there.
Just hang on. Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
That's the conditioning phase of the MSE approach. So that's the conditioning phase in the MSE process, where Steve, when he builds the operating model, needs to be consistent with the dynamics that we currently understand from the data. And so in addition, I mean, another part of this loop, there's actually another loop that sits on top of this whole process, which is that an MSE gets updated periodically as you learn new things. So you generate results, and I think they've actually done this a couple of times now for the sablefish case, where they've actually updated the operating model in the MSE and revised things as they've generated new information. So you might come up with a management procedure and put it in place for some period of time, but as you point out, you need to stay consistent with the current understanding of the stock, and that's going to include all of the available data which does get updated periodically along the way.
Okay, got some other folks who want to talk here. So Bob, and then Scott Meyer and Robin.
So Steve, did I hear about 10 minutes ago, you make a comment that you could model or you are modeling a bycatch of juveniles in the Bering Sea and what that impact might be in 4A or 3B?
Yeah,
Are you making assumptions beyond what our tagging information is, or is it based on our tagging information?
That's one of the goals and the objectives of constructing a spatially explicit model, is so that we can look at those issues. The coastwide model that we have right now, we can put bycatch in as general, but it wouldn't matter whether that bycatch came from Oregon or the Bering Sea. It's one, it's a coastwide model. The reason for going to the spatially explicit model is specifically for the types of questions you just asked, is so we can look at the regional effects. There's, in addition to the tagging data you're talking about from those things, we rely heavily on the tagging data, and we'll probably rely heavily on future tagging data to estimate movement rates by size class of fish out of the Bering Sea and into different regions. There's also juveniles in the Gulf of Alaska as well that move around too.
Scott, and then Robin, and then Michelle.
So maybe this is looking too far ahead, but do you envision this tool, in the performance tables, where you're looking at the actual performance indices, those performance measures are summarized as values. Could you actually create another table that someday, at some point as we evolve, that just says whether you met each objective or not?
Yeah, that's why the objectives are actually on the interface here, where you can say, these are the biological objectives we've discussed. So one of the ideas here is you can either tune the objectives or you can tune the procedure to meet the objectives. So you might find, for example, the probability that the stock falls below 20% under the scenarios S1 and S2, that happens all the time. So you might either want to adjust the harvest control rule, which would be done inside the procedures section. So you'd adjust the exploitation rate here, and you'd be able to watch the numbers change in the table, so you can actually find the exploitation rate that would satisfy those objectives. So normally those kinds of tools, like if you were to go ask Sean Cox to do this right now, if he were to move that button like that, it would take about a day or so to update the tables. What we're trying to do is develop a tool that it can be used in real time, where a lot of this stuff is pre-computed in the background, and then if you happen to pick a size limit that we didn't model, we would interpolate using those models. But that's the idea of the tools, is we want to have, or using these MSC apps, is we want to have the part that was so important to the other tuna RFMOs and what they liked about this MSC process that no one else is doing in the world except for us and the Halibut Commission, is the instantaneous feedback. They were quite, equilibrium models, age-structured equilibrium models have been around for 30 years, but because someone built one like this and actually can understand just by changing the size limit how it impacts the reference points and everything else. Doug Butterworth was in this meeting. He's been working on fisheries for 40 years. He was going, whoa, I've never seen anything like that. And that's what we're trying to do here, is give you guys the tools to sort of understand. My favorite audience member is John Woodruff over there. If I can convince him, then the rest of you guys are easy. Scott.
Just to follow up, so basically you've already run all these simulations. We're just querying results, and that's why it's so fast.
Yeah, essentially is what's going on in the background. Is moreover, if I had a whole team of programmers on this, you can actually build the procedures right on this interface, and if they don't exist in the database, the server will go off and run it for you. And I just ran one on the screen here. It takes less than a minute or so, but once it's been done, it gets put back in the database, and then if Ian wants to repeat the same thing, we don't have to rerun the models again. It's already done there for you.
Well, we've sort of moved off this, and I don't want to reopen this same discussion, but before I had ever done a management strategy evaluation, I didn't really realize the distinction between the historical conditioning phase and the future projection stage. And so, you know, maybe it might help at some point to clarify those steps. Ian talked about a conditioning stage, which uses real data from the real fishery, and that's your historical period, which has been in past. And you need to use real data for that historical period because you need your model to be consistent with what's been observed. Otherwise, you know, you could go anywhere. But the future projections are all use data that comes from the operating model. It's all simulated data going into the future because that's the idea, because the operating model produces the survey data and it produces the catch data and it produces all the observations that we normally collect from the real fishery. So there's a really distinct two periods that occur in any management strategy evaluation. So I think it's easy to forget that and kind of blend them a little and forget.
Thanks, Robin. And it's to get at your point, John, it's you asked sort of where the realism comes in, and it's how you build the operating model. That's where the realism comes from. So, Michelle.
So in the mention of the Bering Sea bycatch simulation, and then that was followed up by Bob's question about the potential effect on 3A, I think was in the example. I guess just a thought there. So we had some discussion earlier today about trawl bycatch and whether that's an issue for this group or whether that's an issue for another management entity, and is that something that we should not get bogged down in this process or in this discussion necessarily with, but yet it seems to keep coming up as these potential simulations. And so I guess I want to be sure that when you're saying you're modeling or looking at a Bering Sea bycatch simulation, what you're talking about is modeling the removal of a certain number of fish from a given area that depending on the manner in which those fish are removed would then dictate, I guess, the size or age of the animals being removed. And so just want to make sure that that's clear. And when you say simulating bycatch, that we're not necessarily getting into how those fish are caught or in what manner, by what gear type, and you're actually just modeling the removals. And so, and then the reason why I want to make sure we're clear on that point is then your next comment was it doesn't really matter if those fish were caught off Oregon or the Bering Sea, but actually it does.
Yes.
So if what we're talking about is the size and the age and of those fish that are being removed, then it actually does matter where they're being removed from. So just wanted to have some clarification there.
Yeah, I'll illustrate your question with our little MSE app with the equilibrium model that we had. When you fire this thing up, just for review, and you go to the equilibrium tab, again, this is like a retirement planning scenario. You have procedure A, procedure B, and then Scott discovered there's a scenarios button over here where you could change the different growth rate parameters and stuff, but we'll just focus on the procedures. The graphic down here on the x-axis is the directed fishery fishing intensity, and on the y-axis is the equilibrium yield for the directed fishery. When you reduce the bycatch from 8 million metric pounds, or metric pounds, I like that one. Yes. We're slowly converting over to the metric system. 8 million pounds to say 4 million pounds, the net result to the directed fishery is an increase in yield at the same fishing mortality rate. So this is why it's an issue. But this model doesn't care whether or not that 4 million pounds came from Oregon and Washington. Now, if we go into the selectivity and we look at the bycatch fishery, so here's the length specific selectivity curve for bycatch. We can lower that so the fishery starts catching smaller fish. I'm going to put the bycatch mortality back up to 8 million pounds. Okay, so now we're catching, with the teal line, we're catching fish in the bycatch fishery at a much smaller age, which would represent essentially an increase in bycatch in the Bering Sea, for example. Without ever hitting the cap, all we've done is change the size composition of the bycatch. If you go back and you look at the plots, you can again see that now we get less yield in the directed fishery. And the reason here is we're still taking 8 million pounds. The reason we get less, actually, you tell me why we get less yield. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You made the fish larger in the bycatch fishery.
No, I made the fish smaller in the bycatch. So the selectivity curve, again, the one I changed is the blue line here. I'm now catching them instead of catching them at, say, 25 inches, I'm now catching them at 19 inches. In both scenarios, I'm having 8 million pounds, but I get less yield. You tell me why.
Is that,
There's less over 26-inch fish in the bycatch.
There's more.
You've pushed them out of there.
U26. Yeah, there's less.
But then, let's say you did that. What about 15 years down the road?
Well, this is 15 years down the road. This is an equilibrium model. It's not the response you'll get tomorrow. This would be the long-term average you'll see as a consequence of that shift in the fisheries now harvesting, or the bycatch fisheries now taking smaller fish.
how long of a term is it?
1,000 years.
Okay, so for thousands of years, if we increase the bycatch, that leaves more food for those guys that didn't get caught. So now we're changing dynamics all over the place. So in that case, who knows?
You can answer that one. Exactly. The point about using the equilibrium model, your point is noted. These things can be picked apart anytime. They don't represent reality. But the point is that this is where your harvest policy comes from. The 16.5% and the 21.5% you live today came through this process of developing an equilibrium model. It was actually a dynamic model. They ran it for thousands of years. I didn't want to do the 1,000-year simulation, so I did a bunch of algebra and solved for the equilibrium conditions, because A, you can run it on a computer in front of you guys really fast, and I don't have to do big, long simulations.
I want to make sure that, Michelle, you understood the answer to the question.
Did that help, Michelle?
Well, I understood the answer. I played with the shiny tool quite a bit, actually. I stopped because I wasn't winning. So I like apps that tell me, you know, how close I'm getting, how well I'm doing, and so then the next time I play, I can do better. I can better my score, and you know, so
maybe we'll
and it doesn't have that feedback for me. So, but I guess the point that I was trying to make, which really wasn't a question per se, but is just that when we play with the tool in the simulation and we're using the term bycatch, we go from 8 million to 4 million in your example. We're using that as a shorthand, if you will, to mean a reduction of 4 million pounds in this area of this size of fish. But how from a management procedure you would actually achieve that 4 million pound reduction in that area of that size of fish does not necessarily have to be a bycatch reduction. It could be a combination of a bycatch reduction with some other management tools. Correct. And so just to make sure that we're not necessarily saying that that is the mechanism by which to achieve the desired outcome.
Yeah. Another great classic example that I get asked a lot by the trawlers when I show them this stuff is they're doing a lot of work through either deck sorting, they're doing a lot of work with excluders to get rid of big halibut. And so we sit down with this application with them and show them, for example, this is, if we put it back so they're both the same. And so what they're doing is they're getting rid of the big halibut. These guys out here, they're not catching them anymore. So what we've done then is allowed them to have more of a dome-shaped selectivity, and they think that this is going to reap huge rewards for the directed halibut fishery. So now they're not catching as many. We'll even make it even more severe. All right, so they're not catching anything over 60 inches. And when you look at the plots, it has no effect on the directed fishery. There's just so few fish beyond 60 inches. When you add them up, they don't amount to much biomass. Where you get your best bang for your buck is the juveniles. And that's when the trawler said, well, don't show anybody that. And that's why they need to be here in the room.
I just get back to your question, Michelle. I think one of the parts of your question was in the coast-wide model, it doesn't matter where this happens, but it matters how it happens, even in the coast-wide model, as Steve's just showing here.
So when you say juveniles, what size are you calling a juvenile? 60 inches obviously is
15 inch. 15 inches is the smallest fish we're modeling here.
Can you give an age for 15-inch fish?
Well, 2 to 3 years old. If it's a girl, it's probably bigger than that. No, they're about the same, right up to about age 5. Inches. Yeah, about 4 years.
So is the trawler's system jettisoning a 15-inch out, or is that what you're saying, or are they only jettisoning 60-inch and up?
I think they were, the O26 is what they were trying to focus on, is reducing the O26 component of their bycatch.
Was that previous model simulation based on O26?
You're gonna take this to the council next week, aren't you?
No.
It peaked at 35 inches and basically goes to 0 at 70 inches, but you can move it right down if you want to. That's about as far as I can tweak it. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a little bit more of an effect. So the difference there, Bob, in spawning biomass is about 6 million pounds is what you'd save. Or sorry, yeah, per year.
Well, I was just going to say that I've talked to those guys too about deck sorting, and it's just, I hate to bring reality in here, but it's impossible to segregate the small fish as easily as they can segregate the.
Yeah. I'm done for the day.
I think we're going to stop here, and I know the U.S. section, I think you guys wanted to have a rump session. No? Yes, no? Yes, okay. So you can use our boardroom if you wish. We're starting up again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for pastries. Well, the session will actually start at 8:30 on things. So if you come in at 8 o'clock, there'll be sort of coffee and a few pastries in here. So thank you. This is a very good discussion this afternoon. I think we'll come back tomorrow and talk a little bit more about some results. I think, Steve, on things, are we?
Yeah. We'll see how far I get tonight.
Yeah, okay.
Steve will be here early for first
remedial work. All right. Thanks very much.
So what was the change that you just did on that? I missed it.